Hello, 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 good evening, morning, noon, or night, and welcome to the stream. Hi! I'm like so used to things scuffing that I was like, fuck, is this gonna scuff? Hi Minibus, hi Legs, hi Xana, hi Schmooze, hi Xylee. Thank you for the hydrate, darling, I appreciate it. Fido, hello, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it, thank you. I've been good. Honestly, I had a pretty good day today. Sorry, I'm munching on a mint. What can I say? For stream, I need to be minty fresh, okay? Oh, you turned 27 yesterday. Happy birthday to you. Very soon you'll be 102. Oh, how's the birthday song? What is it? Happy birthday, you're finally 1 year older. Happy birthday. Your life is almost over. Happy birthday. Fuck, I can't remember the whole song off the top of my head, but I love it. Back pain. Perfect present for a 27-year-old. I can say that, I'm 29. Hi, Irela. Hi, Rick Sega. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hi, Adam. How you doing? Hi, Callie. How you doing? Milka. Oh yes. Sorry for like disappearing. Last time I read, I kid you not. The second I finished stream, I just died. It's like, you know, how can I best describe it? Last week when I finished stream, I kid you not. It's like when you have a phone and your phone's working perfectly and you don't check the percentage, and like the second you're like, alright, I'll stop playing my game, you exit the game, and that's when you realize it was on 1%, and before you could put it on charge, it's like I went out like a phone battery. But I do hope you had a lovely time last time. Oh, nonsense, you seem very lovely. You're more than welcome. Oh. As a heads up, dear Adam, with all of the affection in the world, this is a 16+ stream. But still, thank you for coming in. I do appreciate you saying hello. But pop back in after you turn 16. There's too many boomers in here. But yes, so today we are going to be continuing this same game we've been playing for the last month because hyper-focus, baby. Look, at this, I've just determined I want to finish it at this point. I have got a goals list for the year, and one of those goals is finish a game because I never finish games. And it's like, I will do it at least once this year. And that way, if I knock it off early in the year, then I don't have to worry about doing it again for the rest of the year. Because let's be honest, that is how New Year's resolutions work. You do them once, tick off the box in your brain, and then you never do them again. Hi, Lasty. How you doing? Welcome. But yeah, I've actually had a pretty good day today, honestly. Had some good things happen at work, some cool emails. One thing that I've got in the works behind the scenes for you guys, I can't specify yet, but y'all will appreciate it. It's very cool. Hi Battle, how are you? Welcome. But one of the cool things that happened today was, alright, so, a little bit of context. My day job is facilities administrator. Basically, I'm the tradies' pet nerd. And one, I guess, part of that job is, you know, doing minutes and taking notes for my boss. And since I work in like a health institute, or like a health place, you know, a place that does the health for the good things. I think like my boss and her boss were doing like a walk around today, and they wanted someone to take notes. And bear with me, I understand this is incredibly boring, but but I got the honor and privilege of course, being the one to take the notes. That's not the exciting part, that's the boring part. The exciting part is this walk around went through like almost all of the different labs. So like basically, I got paid to snoop on scientists, and it was great. And I was just saying, like, jotting down notes, like, yep, I'm doing my job. Ooh, what's that? Ooh, what you doing? Ooh, I'm seeing into the forbidden zone. I'm usually not allowed in the lab, but today I have permission. Snoop, 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 snoop. Woo, is that a microscope? Oh, no, I'm doing notes. I'm doing my job. I'm here doing my duty to take the notes. Yep. Ooh, what is that? So, I got to have a big, glorious snoop today. And you know what? I may have had to take the world's shittiest notes for an hour. But the trade-off was pretty good just because I got to go into the forbidden zone. Yatta! Alrighty. So as a wee bit of a recap for those who weren't here last week, we're in the last stage of our slow burn, so to speak. So we've now upgraded to a crush because this is a slow burn, and I want the fucking happy ending, man. But like the Twitch-friendly happy ending. So we're in the adult stage now. So this is the stage where you can commit grievous riz. And hopefully, we will finally be able to get the minty boy. And I think like up until this point, like we're still in like the opening scene, and I think like he's just come back from vacation and he snuck into our room. And let's be honest, the ones getting rizzed was us. It wasn't the other way around. And now we're all hanging out together and just being mates. So that's the general recap of where I guess we were up to in the last stream. Alrighty. Gotta have that hydrate, of course. Had to wait until I finished my mint. Let us eat mint. It's like munch on a mint. It's good for ya. Stairs. It's like, can I have a mint, please? Alrighty.
Hey, buddies.
Hi. That joke was not funny, says I, who does not remember the joke. That the only thing I'm gonna get if I pick that option is a one beeline to Singleton. I think they popped out from the side, I'm pretty sure. Let's go with high. Let's keep it simple. Let's slow burn our way into this. Oh, thank you for the head pats. I appreciate it. Hi. You were happy to see your friends. Their little tease on you was already long forgotten in your mind. Terry then closed the distance between her and 𝐿𝐸 and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here! It's been so long. What took you? He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed. Sorry. Eventually, she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile. but 𝐿𝐍𝐕𝐓 was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her other hip. She watched 𝐿𝐍𝐕𝐓 patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either. 𝐿𝐿𝐹. Terry poked 𝐿𝐿𝐹 square in the chest. You're gonna have to get me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Terry. But I can say as soon as I know. So far work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with orca activities. When 𝐿𝐿𝐹 wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his academic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation. Orca. Oh, thank you for the head pats, Commodore. I appreciate it. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. 𝐿𝐿𝐹 always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. You joined Orca too after learning of it. Because we're dedicated to our man. He's saving the fish, a perfect man. We'll save the fish too, because then he'll think that we're a perfect man. I tried so hard and got so far. Their big Smash event for the year is coming right up, isn't it? Yeah, there's not much more to do before then, but I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. I hope we can pull it off. If anyone can do it, it's you two. And even if it goes really bad, it'll still look good on a college application at least. Yeah, that's true. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here and say stuff. Let's go! I would like a meal now. Perking up, 𝐿𝐿𝐹 nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm hungry. Time to head out. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop and eat. Oh my god, I really hope, Santa. I really hope there is like one of the dates is just going beach combing with 𝐿𝐿𝐹. That sounds like it'd be so much fun. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in the blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and 𝐿𝐿𝐹 reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. 𝐿𝐿𝐹 was giving you a piggyback ride home. It was a long day out and about. You appreciated that you could rely on him to make things more comfortable for you. We have been using this man as a horse since childhood. That's not stopping now. Oh yeah, Xana? Honestly, I don't think I've ever done that as a date, but it sounds like a really nice one. You like collect seashells and generally be a pest with the water. You tightened your grip on 𝐿𝐿𝐹 and turned your head ever so slightly, peering at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, 𝐿𝐿𝐹 silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden, but he still wouldn't look at you. God, it feels weird coming back to the neighborhood, trying to get to things like they're the same. And they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true, the things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You'd been considering more and more, and ideas were starting to settle in your mind. You hoped to work part-time, to go to school part-time, To focus on time that's not school or work. And that was the basics. For your career, you thought you'd become a VJ. Fuck. Work online. That's close enough. Exactly, Battle. We will piggyback ride this ship into the fucking sunset. Hi, Denmark. How you going? Welcome, welcome. Oh. Okay, Xana, that sounds so freaking cute. Holy shit. Work online. Start your own business. Find a company to work at. Do contract work. And that was all. And for your education, you thought you'd take online classes. Maybe attend a community college, a public university. Maybe go to a private college or join a trade school. And that was all. And for yourself, you wanted to try to figure out what you truly want. And work on self-improvement on your own. Maybe just take some time to relax as well. And that was all. Hi Faye, how are you? Feel free to get nice and comfy. It's gotta get fruity in here, and fruit is good for you. Thank you for the look, I appreciate it. It's always lovely to see you. And for that, you wanted to travel around to different places. It would all be happening so soon. You'd already applied to schools and jobs. And you'd been open about your situation and everyone knew. And now you wondered what 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 had in mind. You'd heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 stopped in the middle of the street. He sighed and put you down. You were both outside of your houses. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to set on the right words to say. So, are you still thinking about relaxing for a while and stuff while traveling? Yeah, yeah, you remembered. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you and he lifted his head. Thank you for the hydrate, I appreciate it. And the love, thank you, Faye. Ah, thank you, I'm glad you like my new model. It took a hell of a lot of beating with a spoon to get it to look like this, baby. Just insert me from a year ago crying in a corner because the mouth wouldn't work. It's still absolutely, and I'm really glad to hear you're doing well. Oh my god, that is so wholesome, Xana. What the fuck? That's straight out of a fanfic. You live in that romance slice of life. Damn, that's so wholesome.
I mean,
I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm. And then his expression grew more serious. I'm not gonna decide on a school or a career. Not this summer. I'm gonna stay here. At least in Sunsetburg. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing my volunteer stuff and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not gonna crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do it. His brows furrowed and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I know that's not very exciting. It's the best I can do right now. He laughed self-derisively, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. You felt annoyed. Quit crying, pretty boy, and go on vacation with... That's anti-Riz. Thank you for the rose, Winnie Watson. Thank you for the headphones, babe. You looked at him deeply. I'll miss you. I'll miss you. It took a lot of strength to keep your voice even. You wanted to support him, but you could already feel your chest tightening, imagining what it would be like without him right there. His face crumbled, and your original assumption was proven correct as tears easily began to fall from his eyes. His chest heaved and his words were whispered. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No matter what's happening, I want you to know that you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for you the best I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. 𝐄𝐍's whole expression softened. His lips pulled into an affectionate smile.
It's okay.
Arthur, you deserve to have everything you want in life. You laughed at his face like a... You teared up. 𝐄𝐍's declaration had your eyes welling with tears. No matter how many times you wiped your eyes with the back of your hand, your face was wet. 𝐄𝐍 looked at you concerned. He took a step closer. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me, but it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than they ever were. You appreciated his attempt to put on a brave face. You could tell how hard 𝐄𝐍 was trying to keep himself together for you, and you hoped that he was right and things would be okay for both of you. Finally, your eyes stopped overflowing with tears, and you could meet 𝐄𝐍's gaze clearly. You nodded. At that, his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with the topic, and you wondered what else might be on his mind. This was a start, I think. But it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. 𝐄𝐍 softly reiterated his promise. It'll all be okay. We'll still always be there for each other. Is that good with you? Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, I think. Really looking forward to it. Night.
Good night.
Night. Then 𝐄𝐍 started walking away. You remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered, how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow? You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own home. You vowed to yourself that you'd make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Alright, what have we got? Oh, it's side questing time! Alright, we've got hang, errands, talks, charity, drive, reflection, late shift, serendipity, voting and happiness. Oh, which one jingles your tingles? Color me curious. Ooh, serendipity. Let's go for serendipity. Yeah. Let's do that. All right. Mouse, where are you? There you go. Light filtered down through the leaves of an oak tree overhead, casting speckled shadows on the sidewalk all around you. There was a drop of sweat slowly making its way down the side of your face. You flicked it away with your thumb, slowing to a stop in the cool shade. The day had you out and about in town, in no hurry to go anywhere in particular. Your morning shift had just ended and there was nothing else planned for the rest of the afternoon. Your mums were still at work themselves and Liz had left early in the morning to do something. You had no idea what. You took out your phone, idly noting the time when it started to jingle. The screen lit up in your hand. Speak of the devil, Liz messaged you. Come home ASAP. Before you could even begin to question why, your phone went off again. Nothing bad, but you have to see this, so come back already! And with that final message, you were left only slightly less confused than you were before. You hadn't seen much of your sister lately. She'd been acting strange for days, always shutting herself up in her room. Which wouldn't be so weird if at the dinner table she didn't suddenly start smirking to herself over nothing. The rare times you did see her, she'd sneak you expectant looks like she was waiting to be asked what was up, but all your questions had led nowhere. She'd answer you with a put-upon sigh, proclaim that she was busy, and then tell you she'd have to talk about it later. No hints, no guessing. Whatever it was, she was determined to keep it a secret. Maybe now you'd finally find out what it was. As you did an about-face on the sidewalk and started heading home, you received more texts, and to your surprise, the name that popped up on the screen this time was 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮. Did you hear from Liz? About some urgent thing you have to see? She messaged 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿 too? You weren't surprised. Liz teased him about it, but he was also like family. However, you were struggling to understand how he fit into Liz's surprise. Yeah, Liz sent me the same thing. His reply came only seconds later as you waited across the street. Figured she would. Are you gonna see what's up? I'm walking there now. Me too. Glancing up, you saw that the light had changed to a walk sign while you were busy texting. You hurriedly wrapped things up, texting 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿 a quick goodbye before crossing the street. It was fine, you'd be seeing him later anyway. Not expecting any more messages, you put your phone away so you could walk without having to worry about tripping over the curb. Thankfully, it was a short trek home, and soon enough, you were walking up your street, the familiar face of your house already in view. Thinking of what might be waiting at home left you entirely lost. And the more you learned, the more questions you had. They were all buzzing around in your head, too many to try and pick out and make sense of. Lost in your thoughts, you almost didn't see who was walking further up the street. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿. And even from the back, the bright sea green colour of his hair was unmistakable. You quickened your pace to catch up to him, the scuff of your shoes loud against the pavement. He heard it instantly, not missing a beat as he turned towards you and slowed his steps in sync. Hey. Hey, Arthur. Hi. Here we are. At my house. At that, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿 gave you a wry smile. Here we are. It sounded almost like a question, wondering why the two of you had been summoned there. Any idea on what Liz wants us for? You shook your head. The situation was out of character with your sister. Anything could happen. Oh, I guess we should go in and find out. Taking his cue, you grabbed your keys and opened up the front door. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿 trailed behind you as you entered. You walked through the open door and peered about, not sure what you were looking for. From the entryway, you could see Liz pacing across the living room, her smiling gaze intent on her phone. You had caught her just as she'd completed a turn, and behind you, the door clicked shut. The second she heard it, her head darted up in your direction, her features lighting up at the sight of you and 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿. Ah, you've arrived! And together too. That's perfect. Just perfect. She flashed you a radiant smile. You could almost see her limbs vibrating as she was posed to pounce. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿 raised an eyebrow at your sister's bizarre behavior. So? What is it? Where is it? What were you going to show us? Liz laughed at your rapid-fire questioning. Calm down. You will see. Liz's eyes narrowed with a mischievous grin, and she let out a little cackle. So, lately I've been hard at work on a little plan of mine, and you two get the honor of seeing it all come together. Here it is! Surprise! She lifted a hand in the air to present the very comfortable but completely mundane living room. In the resulting silence, you and 𝐿𝐸 glanced around again and then made eye contact with each other. His face mirrored your bafflement. Then suddenly, another voice rang out in the room. Surprise! Surprise! 𝐿𝐸 flinched at the shout, his shoulders shooting up to his ears. Laughter came from your sister as well as from the other side of the room. Your head whipped around just in time to see a familiar figure with a freckled face and a purple cap springing up from behind the back of the couch. 𝐿𝐸's mouth fell open, recognition immediately coming to him. Shiloh? Hi, 𝐿𝐸. Hi, Aether. Shiloh greeted the two of you so casually, like he'd been gone for 10 days rather than 10 years. Hi, sir. How'd you go? Oh my god. Pray the trans away. Fucking good luck with that, eh? Honestly, Sorrel, you need to stick some duct tape on that trans immediately. Otherwise, it might become a transportation disaster. Sacrifice him to Lloyd. He'll get him. Some people, am I right? Wait, but I thought you weren't the Shiloh we knew. The initial shock quickly wore off. You crossed your arms and leveled a look at the freckled face who ditched you at the start of summer. He treated you and Liz like complete strangers. Shiloh shifted nervously, angling the brim of his hat down as if to hide from your scrutiny. Liz tutted at your comment.
Rude.
Don't be rude. Ugh, I'll explain. When we got home that day, I changed my mind about letting it go. Why did I have to? Social media exists, right? So I thought, why not try finding him and sending in a little reminder message? Luckily, there are only so many 17-year-old Shiloh Fields in the world. It wasn't that hard to do. Hearing Liz speak seemed to encourage Shiloh, who pulled himself together to face both you and your sister with a careful smile. Wunderbar.
Sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened. When you talked to me that first time, I was in the middle of a tour for a school field trip. I couldn't get separated from the group and didn't expect anyone to want to be talking to me. I was so worried about getting back to everyone else, I didn't think too hard on what you were saying. But when Lizzie's message showed up, everything suddenly hit me. Lizzie, either 𝐿𝐸, you were the kids in Sunset Bird, back when I was a little kid. There's no way I could forget that, not for real. I do know all of you, and I'm so happy to get to see you again. I have Lizzie to thank for that. My mom was already planning to take a short trip near here this summer.
Well,
If my mom could bring me along, Lizzie offered to pick me up and bring me the rest of the way here just so I could visit the neighborhood again. And that's why I decided to make a big reveal. Instead of outright telling you two, I got back into contact with Shiloh. Once again, she lifted a hand in the air, properly presenting that long-lost childhood friend you all shared. So, ta-da! It was impressive how it all came together. You never could have planned seeing Shiloh that day. To think it would lead to this. You raised your hands and started clapping for Liz. Thank you, thank you. You've been a wonderful audience. 𝐿𝐸 blinked slowly, still a little dazed by everything that was going on. Okay, I'm gonna get some water. Don't disappear or anything. He padded off to the kitchen. No need for a chaperone. He knew where the cups were. Wow, you really surprised him, Liz. And either too. Did you see his face when I appeared? Yeah, I did. Liz patted the cushions in front of the couch. Make yourself comfortable. You don't have to keep hunkering down behind there anymore. With a laugh, Shiloh crossed around the backside and took the seat. But maybe it was awkward being the only one sitting because he kept idly twiddling his fingers. Have fun, Cyril, and thanks for popping by. It's always lovely to see you. You could hear him humming to himself, a nonsense tune with no real melody, something to keep his voice busy. But here again could be more nerve-wracking for him than he let on. 𝐄𝐍's soft voice announced his return. He paused to drag the back of his hand across his mouth, wiping away what droplets of water lingered there. Hi, Shiloh. Welcome back. At 𝐄𝐍's confused greeting, Shiloh laughed cheerily.
Thanks.
Thanks. I think it's amazing that you're all still here in the same neighborhood. It's just like how it was way back then. Number. Shiloh sighed happily at the moment as 𝐄𝐍 raised an eyebrow and gave the room a considering glance. Hey. This is where we met the first time, remember? Right after I moved in. Me and Arthur were brought down right here to have a play date with you. Shiloh laughed, his eyes downcast as he fiddled with the corner of his collared shirt. Yeah, we met on the hill behind the house. What? The two of you ran away from the living room because 𝐄𝐍 didn't want to meet me. You grimaced, remembering how 𝐄𝐍 had gone straight to the window to escape the arranged meeting. You'd gone with him when Shiloh had arrived. 𝐄𝐍 cringed at the memory of his younger self being pushed back to the forefront of his mind. His mouth going tight, he awkwardly looked away from Shiloh. Nanda! You have a good memory.
Oh?
Oh, I don't think so. Seeing this place again just brings a lot of things back. He clamped his hands together, an idea suddenly coming to him. But hey, now that our group is together, would you want to go out and visit some of the old places? I've been hiding in the living room since I got here. Liz wasn't afraid to laugh at herself, bringing a hand to her chest to silently take the blame for that. I'd love to. Yeah. Without missing a beat, the others turned to you for your answer. Where to first?
It's fine.
I'm sure we'll figure it out along the way. And with that, the four of you headed out into the neighborhood as one. Even with how short the time you spent indoors was, the sun was momentarily blinding once you left the house. Squinting, you brought your hand up to shield your eyes. The pleasant summer day had yet to go away, only a few wispy clouds drifted along in the sky. As you scrolled down the way, Liz took the lead, followed by you and 𝐄𝐍 walking side by side. Shiloh freely took to walking in the middle of the road, his arms idly swinging back and forth at his sides as he turned his head every which way to take in as much as he could. It was very much a trip down memory lane for him. He wondered how much the neighborhood had changed in his eyes. Not a word pressed between the group about where you were heading first, but soon enough you found yourselves walking the usual parts of the shopping street. Before you reached it, the sounds of it did. A collective of sandals tracking sand, the shrill calls of seagulls, the overlapping conversations of beachgoers, and random strains of music from various stores. Wow! The old gasp had come from Shiloh. His eyes were all lit up. Are there always so many different stores in one place?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Wow. Yeah, I can see why so many people come here. So, what have you been doing around here since I've been gone? Well, I already told you about me attending college away from here, so I don't really live here anymore. But to be more specific on my life, I'm pursuing a degree in architecture. Shiloh perked up at that, his mouth falling open in awe. Amazing! Thanks. Actually, I was thinking about it, and the first time I really decided I liked buildings and building them was when you and I would make sandcastles out on the beach.
Aw.
Aw, Lizzie. At such a sincere admission from your sister, all Shadow could do was blush and lower his head, too flattered to know what else to say. Liz laughed, just as flustered, though she had been the one to say it. The atmosphere was awkward, but not unpleasant. Shiloh shyly glanced over at you and Cove. Well, then what about you two? What have you been up to? Oh, me and Arthur just graduated. High school, I mean. I got a part-time job, and I volunteer at this organization to clean up stuff. Things like that. You nodded along with Cove. You felt there were two kinds of answers to these questions. A fun answer, or an impressive answer. You didn't know which to give, so you were content to let Cove stand on its own. Shadow just seemed happy to hear it. Oh, great! Being around him again was a little like picking up on an old forgotten habit. Clunky at first, but as the four of you talked, it started to come more naturally. And when one of you ran out of things to say, suddenly someone else remembered something new. Oh, right. Do you remember those mean old nut-actually grandparents that used to live in our neighborhood? Yeah, they were so mean. Well, they're not here anymore. Oh, no. No, they're not spending summers here anymore. They're still alive. Oh, thank goodness. It helped that Shiloh was just as eager to hear what had gone on in his absence as people were to tell him. Soon enough, everyone threw out what trash they had in a nearby garbage can as your group made their way down to the beach. Going down the shore inevitably led to a certain spot. It didn't take very long for Shiloh to recognize what was in the distance. His words trailed off in the middle of a sentence, his footsteps faltering at first. Then, all at once, he broke away from the group and dashed right into the old park, giggling as he ran. Oh my god, everything is so small! His laughter petered out as he came to a stop by the swings and grabbed a hold of one of the support poles. He walked in a little circle around it, marveling at how easily his hand wrapped around its entirety. Emboldened by Shiloh's enthusiasm, Liz plopped herself down on one of the swinging seats, only to instantly show an expression of regret. There was no way she was comfortable in that tiny seat so low to the ground, not with how she had to scrunch her legs up to fit in there. Shiloh creeped up behind her. He took hold of the chains of her swing, one in each hand. What are you doing? With a grin, Shiloh started walking back, and Liz shifted in her seat to look at him. You cannot be trying to push me. These are made for kids. It is never gonna work. But Shiloh just hummed and kept pulling her back. Resigning herself to her fate, Liz tucked her legs up as much as possible as Shiloh moved his hands to her back. With a running start, he got her forward and up as far as he could go before jumping out of the way. Liz had her eyes squeezed shut, a screech escaping her as the swing started falling backwards when it swung back around. And there was Shiloh again to push her. She couldn't kick the ground like when you were kids, her legs were too long for that now, but Shiloh was pushing her enough to keep the momentum going. The air was filled with their wild laughter and their almost rhythmic jangle of the swing chains. Cove sat against the bars of the jungle gym, wearing a bent smile as he watched them. He was fiddling with something, turning it over and over in his hands. And when you craned your neck to get a better view, he obligingly lifted it for you to see. It was a piece of shell, one side rough and mottled grey, and the other side completely smooth, revealing a faint blue sheen when it caught the light. I saw it on the beach. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's a good one. No, I meant Shiloh. He seems more confident than I remember. Why don't you push me on the swings like that? Cove narrowed his eyes at you, folding his arms with a bemused smile. Why don't you push me on the swings like that? If Shiloh can do it for Liz, you can do it for me too. Well, he had you there. Soon, your sister began to speak out. Alright, I'm ready to get off now. How do you stop this? Don't worry. Shiloh braced himself, one foot planted forward as the swing started coming back down. Then, in one quick motion, he reached up and caught the chains again. The impact had his feet skidding back in the sand, but he kept his stance steady. If Liz was surprised at suddenly being brought to a halt, she didn't show it, only tilting her head up to smile at him. Shiloh had yet to catch his breath, though returned their smile just as brightly. He let go of the chains, walking around the swing set and briefly rubbing his hands together before offering one to Liz, which she graciously accepted, needing the help to get out of the tiny seat. Then the two of them made their way back over to 𝐿. Liz was looking more ruffled than usual, and her sun hat was off kilter, having held on for dear life for the entire ride. She took a moment to straighten her outfit back into place. That looked fun. It was! Even though you were just pushing me on the swings? Yep, that was the fun part. Huh. Hey, Shiloh, you've got an idea of what our lives have been like since you've been gone, but I've been wondering, what happened to you after you moved away? Shiloh's eyes went wide, as if it was surprising to hear. You couldn't recall him talking about himself when you were all telling stories, but maybe he hadn't been able to find the right timing. He brought his hand to his chin, tapping it thoughtfully as he looked up and to the side. Well, what happened was my mom decided to move back to the south, closer to where I was born. We stayed there for a few years until she got another job offer in California again, thanks to a connection she had there. It was a really good job at a private boarding school, so she decided to take it. With a wide grin, he said the next part. And as a bonus, her kid, me, gets to attend the school and live in the dorms for free. I've been there since my second year of middle school. Pretty soon, I'm gonna be starting my last year of high school. Liz leaned towards him with an attentive smile on her face. Have you been doing well there? Getting good grades? Got any friends? At the list of questions, Shiloh held his hands in front of himself as if they were physical things he could stave off. Yeah, to everything. It can be a little hard sometimes because of how people are in that school, but I'm happy. How people are? 𝐿 couldn't guess what that meant, but Liz folded her arms, scowling. Ugh, don't tell me there's more people like that Nate guy hanging around. Shiloh rubbed at his cheek, laughing nervously. He glanced from the bars of the jungle gym to the laces of his shoes, to the trees swinging in the distance, unsure of where to rest his gaze. Not exactly. Nate doesn't mean to be mean, he just kind of is. He's the school's #1 performer for athletics and academics. He always takes on so much responsibility that the only possible way he can finish it all is if absolutely nothing goes wrong. But that's impossible, so he's always stressed and ready to snap, and he can't handle it when someone seems to be causing a problem. That's why during the field trip he was upset when I went off on my own like that. Still, he's really smart and reliable and sensitive, and he cares a lot. Most of the time, he doesn't even realize his way of dealing with stuff upsets other people. 𝐿 had a patient smile on his face, listening earnestly as Shiloh rattled off his list of Nate's good traits. You know him pretty well. Are you actually friends? Well, not exactly. Me and Nate are in the same after-school group, and about once a month, me and 6 other students and the supervisor get together to talk. We did it all last year, and I think next year we're going to be in the same group again. I hope so. That's weird. Nice. Shiloh liked this after-school group of his, and you were glad to hear he had a space for himself in his school. Well, personally, I'd still appreciate having a word with Nate about his communication skills. Her tone of voice was low and pointed. You'd be worried for Nate, if not for the playful smile that accompanied her words. Shiloh let out a little laugh at that. I do have Nate's number, but he wouldn't pick up. The people in my group only answer when they feel like hearing from me, so usually I have to wait for them to call. Either that, or they never even consider answering my calls, or calling me, or talking to me at all, unless the supervisor forces them to. It was such a bleak description of his dynamic with his group, but he didn't seem to realize it until he glanced up and saw the concerned looks on everyone's faces. His smile fell, and he hastened to add one more thing. Well, except for one who'll always answer for sure. Oh? She immediately perked up.
Really?
So that's a friend of yours? Oh, well. He hesitated to answer, something 𝐿 picked up on. Not exactly. Yeah, I'd like to be friends, though. Alright. Liz crossed her arms together once more, grim-faced like she was the commander of a ship about to lead her little crew into battle. You should call them. Right now. What? If you want to be friends with them, I can help. If you're gonna be in the same group again, then you should at least try to get along. No, I couldn't. His face quickly grew flustered, his tongue stumbling over his sentences. I don't want to be a bother.
I mean...
Liz, what are we gonna do? Watch him while he talks to someone on the phone? No, Cove. Ugh, Shiloh. The last syllable of Shiloh's name trailing off into nothing. It soon became clear that Liz had not fully thought out the plan yet, but she wouldn't be Liz if she just stopped there. Just... Shiloh, could you put him on a video call and then we could all talk together, of course. She clapped her hands together, a wide smile on her face that didn't leave the room for dissenting opinions. It's a good idea, it'll work. It's a terrible idea. Shiloh, you don't have to listen to her. Oh, alright. Liz sent you a roll of her eyes, as if you're the one with the ridiculous idea. Come on, Shiloh. We'll just talk to them, say that we're your friends from out of town. The worst that could happen is nothing changes. But once they have more chances to talk to you, I know they'll be convinced to be better friends. It's going to turn out okay. Shiloh stalled to answer, but his hands were already hovering over one of the pockets in his pants. Alright, we can talk. Yeah! Liz clenched a hand into a fist, cheering as Shiloh officially reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. You noticed it was the same type of model as your own, but his had a red case around it. The screen lit up and Shiloh requested a video call with some number in his contacts. None of them on the list had names. He must remember which number belongs to which person. He inched closer to the three of you so everyone could hear better. Vaguely, you wondered how this looked from the outside. 4 teenagers on the verge of adulthood, hanging out on an old playground, all huddled around a single phone. Strange? Suspicious? The ringing of the phone broke you out of your musings. You kept your eyes on it, your heart speeding up at the end of each dial tone, thinking, could this be it? Only to have another one start up. It had been ringing for a while when you started to think of what 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 said, about all of you watching as Shiloh talked on the phone. Maybe even that wouldn't happen. Shiloh could sense the awkwardness in the air, smiling to try to dispel it. This is normal, don't worry. Just as he said it, the call ended, not even going to voicemail. Shiloh clicked to redial. He never answers on the first call. He always does so on the second. That's how he is, at least with most people. There are exceptions. You, Liz, and 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 furtively share ambiguous looks, none of you wanting to accidentally discourage Shiloh. Then you focused on the phone again as it started to ring once more. The jingling suddenly cut off in the middle, followed by the faint sound of white noise. With a big smile and flushed cheeks, Shiloh brought the phone up to his face. A voice, low and groggy, came rasping out of the speakers. Hello. Shiloh, on the other hand, was much more chipper. Hi! I'm visiting a town I used to live in when I was little, and I wanted to introduce my group mate to the people I knew back then. Some of them have already met Nate. Can you say hey to them too? And with that rushed introduction, Shiloh stuck the phone out towards 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓, gesturing for him to greet the person on the other end. Although 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 hadn't been on board in the beginning, the only indication of that now was the lopsided tilt of his smile. He turned his gaze down to the screen, opening his mouth to speak, only to stutter to a complete stop. Huh? All 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 could do was sputter and gape at the screen, his reaction at Shiloh's brow clinking in worry. What? Shiloh's groupmate didn't sound particularly impressed with how this conversation was going so far. Shiloh frowned, retracting his arm away from 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓. As he did so, the screen tilted towards you and you caught a glimpse of what was on it. Light green hair, sharp orange eyes shadowed with bangs, and an icy pale skin, all tied together to make up the scowling face of a person who clearly had no desire to be here. A flood of memories arose, flashes of that one summer years ago at this very same park. You holding onto an arrangement of fruit, Derek and 𝐿𝐻𝐕 at your side. And that kid, mean as a tiny chihuahua, snapping at everyone who dared to come close. Are you Jeremy? Yeah. His reply was palpably disinterested. How do you know his name was Jeremy? You didn't tell them? No, I only called you somebody from my group at school. Jeremy regarded you cautiously, for the first time giving the situation a little of his focus. 𝐿𝐻𝐕 bristled, sucking in a long, deep, dramatic breath.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! All at once he started shouting, not just with his voice, he waved his arms around, gesturing wildly with his hands as he repeatedly yelled, "Oh my god," with all sorts of inflections. Oh my god, oh my god! At these antics, Jeremy gave a short huff of a sigh through his teeth, and the sound tinny over the phone speakers. What is this, Shiloh? Are you trying to make me suffer? Or are you still mad about what happened in the amusement park? I was on your side, you know. Liz, who had been lost the entire time, finally spoke up.
Huh?
What happened at the amusement park? But no one paid that question any mind. I don't know what's going on. Have you met each other before? Nope. It was an immediate reply from Jeremy, but then those stinging eyes squinted. Wait. There was a flash of recognition there as he leaned his head forward and scrutinized the both of you. His already wide frown somehow found a way to grow deeper at his realization.
Oh, it's you people.
Oh, it's you people. Again? The screen instantly went blank. Shiloh gasped, looking from his phone to the rest of the group. He hung up. Jeremy doesn't just hang up on people like that. What happened? Don't look at me. I've never met that kid before. You could feel 𝐿𝐻𝐕's stamp poking and prodding at the side of your head. You caught his expression, wide-eyed and tense. You knew what happened. 𝐿𝐻𝐕 knew what happened, but he wasn't giving any answer to Shiloh. Okay, well, in the past, I kinda dumped a cup of water on him.
What?
You what? Arthur, really? Your face heated up with embarrassment as you stared at your feet. You nodded. Oh my, I've gotta call him back. You can make up. Don't do that. Can we just drop this instead? Shiloh didn't even seem to hear you. No one else attempted to interject. The phone rang for a long time, long enough that you were surprised when Jeremy actually picked up. He answered with an even longer sigh.
What?
What? Shiloh held the phone closer to his face, looking down at the screen with large, apologetic eyes. Are you okay? I'd be better if you hadn't called back. Oh, Jeremy, can we talk it over? I don't want any of us fighting.
Do I have to?
Yeah, I think so. Shiloh held his phone out towards you and 𝐿𝐻𝐕 once more. Next to you, 𝐿𝐻𝐕 glared defensively and silently. Hi there. Cautiously, you raised a hand and waved it. Jeremy stared at you stone-faced. Finally, Jeremy's shoulders dipped slightly. He made the most exaggerated sigh he'd ever heard, since the previous one at least.
Sorry.
I don't remember exactly what I did or what I said to you, but sorry. What? Jeremy sighed again. You were sensing a pattern. His gaze rolled over to 𝐿𝐻𝐕. I do know what I was like as a kid. Well, okay, but who is that apology for? Better be for me and Arthur. He spoke sternly, though there was no hiding the shakiness present. And that didn't matter. 𝐿𝐻𝐕 coming to your defense by confronting Jeremy brought a warm smile to your face. Jeremy, on the other hand, continued to be unimpressed. The corner of his lip twitched. I didn't need to know what the teenage guy equivalent of Smooshy Squeak is, but now I do. Thanks for that. A small, offended noise escaped 𝐿𝐻𝐕. Unfortunately, it was also squeaky sounding. His face immediately burned red with embarrassment. Hey, that's my squeaky toy you're talking about. With your thumb pointed at 𝐿𝐻𝐕 for added emphasis, 𝐿𝐻𝐕 huffed in disbelief, but he couldn't fight the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Jeremy didn't react at all. He continued watching the 4 people on the other end of this unwanted call lackadaisically.
Whatever.
The apology is for whoever. Anyone who had to deal with me back then wasn't having a good time. Either just had the spine not to take it, but that's whatever. Amazed, 𝐿𝐻𝐕 took a few processing moments before he could respond. He blinked and rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks. I mean, it's no problem. I accept your apology. Thank you, Jeremy. This moment was the absolute last thing you'd expected today, but you couldn't help but be pleased that it happened. Yeah, whatever. Following 𝐿𝐻𝐕's eyes, you watched it dart from Shiloh to Jeremy, openly wondered what happened to Jeremy over those past few years. So, you're... nice now?
Nope.
Nope. I don't throw tantrums or pick fights anymore, but I'm not nice. Jeremy shook his head in disbelief. That squeak toy comment wasn't a compliment, you know. I don't have the energy to get angrily worked up like I used to as a kid. It's all pointless anyway. Now, I'm just miserable. I'm just a kid and nobody likes me. His tone was even grumblier than usual, and dragged the syllables on for the last word for extra emphasis. An awkward laugh escaped Shiloh. Then his mouth pulled into a demure smile. Don't let what Jeremy says about himself get you too down. He's got people who care about him and make sure he's okay. Like me. Don't listen to Shiloh. Well, it's nice you're looking out for someone else, Shiloh. Angie to dead inside pipeline. Shiloh blushed at the compliment, while Jeremy fixed you with a blank stare. Thanks, Arthur. Okay, seriously, how long am I meant to be out of the loop here? Her expression twisted in frustration as Liz rubbed at her right temple. Why am I the only one who doesn't know this kid? Shiloh goes to school with him, that's fine, but how did you two meet him and I didn't? He was around town one summer break back, like, 5 years ago. You were there. Liz crossed her arms and stared, unconvinced at you. Is that all? While Liz seemed a bit underwhelmed, Shiloh appeared to be utterly amazed. You had to hold back a small laugh.
Really?
You knew Jeremy as a little kid? What was he like? I've only known him for a year and a half. Well... His voice immediately hushed into nothing. You could see 𝐿𝐻𝐕 wince just thinking on those past encounters. You could already picture past Jeremy in your mind. Honestly, all he did was yell and say people were dumb. He acted like the universe was personally out to ruin his day. Every day. 𝐿𝐻𝐕 firmly nodded in agreement. Jeremy was an insufferable kid. It didn't matter what happened. Jeremy was an insufferable kid. He was mad about everything. Jeremy's expression didn't give away a single sign of what he might have been thinking. He continued to blandly stare at you both up until he finally spoke.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds like me. At that confirmation, Shiloh burst into uncontrollable laughter. Except when he calmed moments later, gasping for breath, there was still a wide grin plastered on his face. I can't even imagine Jeremy being like that. I can't imagine him not being like that. They both chuckled again. 𝐿𝐻𝐕's mouth pulled into a bent smile. I mean, Jeremy hasn't made fun of my eyebrows once this whole conversation. Unbelievable. Huh. Jeremy blinked and focused all of his attention on 𝐿𝐻𝐕. His eyes unmistakably narrowed in on the eyebrows. He didn't say anything at first. Then his words came out in a mumble. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess insulting eyebrows was just what I did as a kid. What does that mean? What do you think it means? You weren't the only kid in the world with bad eyebrows. And you're not the only one I picked on for it.
Seriously?
I wasn't? Yeah, you couldn't help yourself, could you? Nope. Wow. So what made their eyebrows bad? Are you curious if yours are better, by terrible eyebrow standards at least? Kinda, yeah.
So,
Incredulously, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 looked from Jeremy to you and then back to him again. You had to question if you'd heard that right. He'd spoke the word sigh instead of actually sighing. Noticing the reaction, Jeremy sighed for real, but he continued on to answer 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿's question. The guy has particularly odd hair coloring. White hair, but only on the top of his head. Every other strand on his body is dark brown, including his immensely bushy eyebrows. He was born that way, it's not dyed. So you were the scarred boy with dumb, wavy eyebrows, and he was the white-haired boy with stupid caterpillar eyebrows. Ow. Unexpectedly, a loud gasp came from Shiloh at that description. No! You picked on Pran for his eyebrows? I did. I'm sure you find that hilarious. No, that's not very funny! So he said, but Shiloh was smothering laughter. The unconvinced note in Jeremy's voice didn't surprise you. Okay, wait, give me a second, let me just... Jeremy rolled his eyes in the slowest, most exaggerated way possible. When he made a complete circle, he spoke flatly while Shiloh broke into a fit of giggles. There. Who's Pran? Shiloh knows him too?
well,
Jeremy and Pran have known each other for a long time. They managed to go to the same boarding school later on. I met them both there in the spring last year. We're all group mates. Jeremy's gaze slid away from Shiloh. He looked somewhere between you and 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿. Pran and I met about 4.5 years ago, back when I was still an intolerable brat and Pran was meek. You can only imagine how amazing that combination was. Yeah, must make those group meetings awkward. Nope. Somehow, some way, for some reason, Pran chose to stubbornly stick with me for as long as we've known each other. He's my best friend. What? It's surprising, I know. I have a best friend, and it's the caterpillar brow guy of all people. But I guess things balanced out in the end. Pran's timid nature is good indeed, good and dead. He grew up to be colder than ever, than even me. I'm mopey and he's broody. Perfect match. 2 peas and a ruining everyone's life pod.
gross.
Don't quote Everett. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿 whined after Jeremy snapped at his awesome remark. Now who's Everett? You don't want to know. Yeah, you don't want to know. Shiloh hummed, and as he watched his 3 old friends with an amused smile, he was having fun. Before you could say anything, Jeremy continued. Everett is also part of the group, unfortunately. But he chose not to elaborate further than that. Liz sighed this time. You could feel her frustration, and you couldn't blame her for that. She hadn't been able to participate much at all. She didn't know Jeremy then, so there was no basis for reminiscing now, and there was a 10-year gap in her history with Shiloh. The whole situation struck an odd chord with you. 2 boys that you knew separately came to know each other, and now they know each other much better than they know any of you. Shiloh was almost a stranger. You shrugged the feeling off. It was a weird twist of phase, but nothing worth getting upset over. All of you were breaking out to live your own lives, just part of growing up. Turning to the 3 of you, Shiloh smiled apologetically. You wondered if he was picking up on how in the dark 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐿 and Liz were feeling. He was perceptive when he wanted to be. Hey, is there anything you want to hear about Jeremy? I can tell you all about him. We should get to know each other better. Don't do that. It'll be okay. Jeremy whined, but Shiloh brushed his complaints off. He remained happily focused on the rest of you, and Liz seemed to perk up the conversation shift. Sarah, welcome back. Oh, I hope those cookies are delicious. That sounds Great, we should get to know Jeremy. So, who wants to go first? Despite being eager, it was obvious that Liz didn't have any ideas herself. Jeremy let out a very long sigh. Can I get his number? Fuck, that's a shift, isn't it? It's like teenage year. You're a bastard. Throws water in. Adult year. Give me a number. No. Is he single? Alright, so what happened to his bowl cut and glasses? He had a bowl cut? That sent Shiloh into a fit of laughter, while Jeremy shook his head disapprovingly. Through chuckles, Shiloh continued with his best guess. His mom and dad probably decided that back then, and now he picked, or they developed new taste over the years. As for his glasses, Jeremy wears contacts at school and when he's out and about, but he still wears glasses when he's home and working part-time in his parents' hobby shop. Alright, how tall is he? 5'5". He's kinda short. Alright, what did happen at the amusement park? Oh, yeah, I don't actually know. I'm trying to think of one time when we were both there. I'm not sure what part he's talking about. As far as I can tell, I didn't do anything to upset him. And I know he didn't do anything to me. That's what you're going with, Shiloh? Jeremy, what happened? I'm not gonna tell you. It's humiliating. And Shiloh knows I'm not gonna say anything. It's why he won't explain either. For several quiet moments, everyone stared at Shiloh and Jeremy in confusion. Shiloh had a similar look on his face before averting his eyes. Sorry, I can't help you with this one either. Does he have any hobbies? Reading and crafty handiwork type of stuff. Oh, and archery. Jeremy is really talented. Seriously? That's really cool. Jeremy scoffed at the compliments. He clearly wanted to move on from the conversation. Alright, what's his full name? Jeremy Marion King. Isn't that neat? Why do you even want to know about that? Are you planning on stealing my identity? He crossed his arms and sighed. A grin prickly appeared on your face. Well, you can have it. I'll keep that in mind. Is he doing well in school? Yeah, Nate's still doing the best, but Jeremy gets respectable scores. Or, unless you mean by doing well, you mean to ask if he's having a good time or making friends, and then in that case, no, he's not. You weren't sure how to respond to that at all. Glancing back at Jeremy, he rolled his eyes. Yeah, that's everything I can think of. Cool, thanks for asking. What if I want to ship Shiloh and Jeremy? I mean, not gonna lie, it's like the ship that I never thought would happen, but now that I see it in real time, yeah, shit, it could work. 𝐄𝐍𝐕, do you have any questions for Jeremy? Stunned, it took 𝐄𝐍𝐕 a moment to recover before being put on the spot. But ultimately, his eyes shifted from Shiloh's and locked with Jeremy's. They remained like that long enough as it was as if they could speak telepathically. Alright, yeah, I have a question. But Shiloh can't answer. Fine, ask me. Let's get it over with. What do you think of me? Even if you don't think I'm tough or something, do you still feel like I'm stupid and wrong about everything? A crack formed in Jeremy's lackadaisical expression. His barely open eyes lifted a little more and he still spoke flatly. My opinion on stuff is basically the least important thing you could ever worry about. It's pointless. Well, I'm still asking, so... 𝐄𝐍𝐕, right? That's your name? 𝐄𝐍𝐕 nodded. There was a tint of pink on his cheeks as he bashfully rubbed his arm. Okay, 𝐄𝐍𝐕. You seem like a guy who cares a lot about the things that don't matter. Sounds pretty dumb to me. I outgrew that years ago. And being as soft as you act, that isn't something that I would ever do, basically. But you know what the absolute dumbest thing it really is? 𝐄𝐍𝐕 shook his head with creased brows. He then leaned forward just a bit, like he couldn't risk not hearing what revelation Jeremy was going to bestow on him. making yourself miserable if you don't have to be. Oh. If you and the rest of the people here have a way to enjoy existence, then you should just go ahead and do that. Stay gentle and happy, dumb eyebrow guy.
You have my approval.
You have my approval if that's what you wanted. I hope you all have wonderful lives and suffer as little as possible. Wow. The word tumbled out softly. 𝐿𝐻𝐕 was earnestly amazed by Jeremy's words.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you know what's not gonna make you want to stay happy? What? Talking to a downer like me. So really, you should end this conversation right now and none of you should ever call me again for the rest of our lives. That sound good? Can I hang up already? Oh, wait, Jeremy, I can't never call you again. Shut up, Shiloh. Unfazed, Shiloh laughed with a tilt of his head. Building something good up only to try undercutting it. Ah, that's the Jeremy I know. Sorry. The word dripped with sarcasm and was accompanied by a smirk. It was the first time you saw him smile this entire time. 𝐿𝐻𝐕 piped up meekly, an awkward smile of his own on his face. Maybe my opinion's totally skewed because I'm comparing things now to how Jeremy used to be, but, I mean, yeah, you don't seem that bad. What? 𝐿𝐻𝐕 needed to look away from Jeremy's painfully sharp eyes to finish his thought. I mean, I'd probably be okay with talking to you again. Oh, come on, you can have standards. Honestly, I want to keep talking with Jeremy too. Jeremy groaned loudly in her acceptance of him. Your smile only widened in amusement, and Liz clapped her hands. Wonderful! Now that we're so much closer to this Jeremy kid, I think we can all get along together and be friends! Friends? Jeremy repeated the word back like it was a foreign phrase. He genuinely didn't seem to understand. That's right! If we keep working on it, I don't see why the five of us can't be friends. He stared at Liz incredulously for several moments, her expression twisting into fresh confusion of her own. Okay, 3 things. First, I already have one whole friend, and that is more than enough. Second, I still don't know who you are. Did you even say your name at any point? And most importantly, third, one of the people in this friendship is Shiloh Fields. He and I aren't gonna be friends. Why not? And I'm Liz, by the way. Because he's Shiloh. Our relationship is already as good as it's ever gonna get. He mercifully leaves me be most of the time, and on the weird occasion where he needs something, I just get it over with. Then he goes away again, and I have a modicum of peace. You know how it works, right? You're in it with me. We have the best arrangement possible with the way it is. Jeremy looked to Shiloh seriously to back up the validity of their relationship. But Shiloh shook his head with a laugh. I don't try to hang around too much, but that's because you're shy. You're the only one who thinks that the setup is actually a good idea. Sorry. Jeremy turned his face to the side and let out another exaggerated sigh. 𝐿𝐻𝐕 and Liz both joined on Shiloh's mirth. Jeremy got no support. Sigh, of course you'd say that. Why did I even bother? That's Shiloh's famous memory for you. Liz's chuckling stopped. Wait, what does that mean? Shiloh's famous memory? What? Whatever. Basically, Shiloh annoyingly remembers everything that happens for all of eternity. At least until some piece of info he has isn't helpful anymore, or he's got explaining to do, then magically all of a sudden he doesn't know anything about it. Boldly inconsistent recollection of situations is pretty much a running joke. It's Shiloh's shtick. One of them, anyway. A scowl dug into Liz's face as Jeremy spoke. 𝐿𝐻𝐕 lost his smile, seeing her reaction. Shiloh remained silent with his big child eyes locked on your sister. Jeremy began to shrink away from the screen at the changing atmosphere. He broke eye contact with everyone. I'm guessing he didn't mention that. No, he didn't. And he said he forgot something to you? I do recall him saying a little thing like that. Sorry. Well, apparently you had the pleasure of meeting Nate. You know me, and I talked a bit about Brad and Everett too. We're all in that unbearable group, and we're all unbearable people. What an amazing coincidence, huh? What we're about is kind of hard to hide. Yeah, so I'm gonna go now. I don't want to be the fifth wheel to our little group. You three people have a good day, I guess. And Shiloh, I'll see you back at school.
Bye.
Bye. Jeremy promptly ended the call. Just as people had begun to warm up to him, he accidentally found a new way to ice the mood again. Shiloh, now averting his own gaze, put his phone away and chuckled.
So...
I knew Jeremy didn't think highly of me, but it's even worse than I thought. Ah, that's really sad. Shiloh. Her firm tone immediately brought Shiloh's focus back to her. Once she got his attention, however, Liz's voice became small. When we first met you in the city, did you know who we were? Did you pretend to not recognize us? The two old friends watched each other for a beat, but ultimately, Shiloh closed his eyes with a lopsided smile. Aw, Lizzie. You gotta know I could never really forget you. Liz was speechless, but it wasn't quiet. Cove couldn't stop himself from shouting out. Oh my god, you were lying to them? Just putting this out there, Cove has become such a himbo and I'm here for it. Lying is a strong word. I was improvising. Yep, that makes way more sense than you not figuring it out. It's weird to think he was trying to trick you, but the interaction was a lot more understandable that way. Just go home, Shiloh, or go to my house and wait there until we can send you home.
Alright.
Okay. With his shoulders dipped and head low, Shiloh immediately left the park alone. After he disappeared up the road, Liz sat her butt down right into the sand with no concern of how dirty her dress might get this time. You crouched down with your sister. You can go, we're done. Cove shared an unsure look with you. She wanted to be alone, but this wasn't the time for that. No, it's obvious you need us here with you. Accepting that you weren't going to be here for this, she let out a groan. At the same time, Liz pulled the sides of her hat down, gripping it tightly in frustration. I can't believe he pretended he didn't know us. Since when was Shiloh too good to catch up with acquaintances? It's infuriating. Am I an idiot for thinking we could talk? You leaned against her. You wriggled over even closer to your big sister so your shoulders were touching, and you let your head rest on her. She kept her hat down. Shiloh lied to us, and that's not your fault. Seriously, he's a tool. I know. I shouldn't care. It doesn't matter if one person doesn't want to be my bestie. He's not the greatest man on earth. I'll be fine. But I brought him here all the way from the other side of the state, and I don't even know why he did any of this. Liz finally removed her hands from the brim of her hat in order to rub at her temples instead. It blows. Cove snorted some nervous laughter at the unexpected phrasing. She didn't mind it. I bet he's just intimidated by successful women.
Thank you.
Thanks, baby brother. She squished you tight and rocked you back and forth in a dramatic hug. You let out a Cove-like squeak. I love you. I love you too. And what is family for? Well, I thought it was for hugging the phone while growing up, but this works. She released you with a shaky, self-impressed laugh. Oh, and thank you too, Cove, for being around. We're gonna be officially family one day, right? She shot him a wry smile and he tensed up, face going red. He was willing to take her teasing if it made her feel better. Don't mention it. Good, good. Liz rested her eyes after those last couple of words. It eased your heart to see her feel better. 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓𝐮 let out a soft sigh in relief. Hey. 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓𝐮 then brought his face close to yours so he could speak in a whisper.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? I know Liz was his best friend, but you knew him too. And you were there when he did his whole pretend improvisation act. Don't worry about me.
No way.
You know that's impossible. Yeah, I know. Thanks for asking. You're welcome. Your long-time neighborhood group sat together quietly in the sand, just enjoying the feeling of familiarity and support. You weren't entirely sure how much time passed. You were eventually caught off guard by a soft call in the distance. In unison, the three of you turned your heads to the sound, and there, standing at the edge of the playground, was 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿 himself. He waved. You waved back. It was a simple sign to show you didn't reject his reappearance. Do you have something to say? What's that? I couldn't hear you from over there, but don't get up on my account. I'll come to you. Really, 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿? Alright. You knew he heard what you said. 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿 approached with easy strides, as if he'd been welcomed. You were floored with how much confidence or shamelessness the boy was apparently capable of now. Liz turned her face and refused to acknowledge what was happening. She might have been trying to think happy thoughts and wish 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿's presence away, but unfortunately it didn't work. When 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿 arrived, he plopped down in the sand with the rest of you, his legs folded crisscross.
Hi.
Hi! Hello Raiders, hi Shiki, how are you? Welcome, welcome. That's right, it's getting soft with a D cause it's so damn beautiful. Hi again, Ariella. Welcome back. How was your stream? How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. Yes, so we're playing Our Life Beginning Always Again, and now we're adults, so that means that we can get a Riz on. And we're doing an emotional scene because 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿 was a little shit and like pretended to not know us, and then it got Jeremy of all people was the one who told us that, yeah, fuck you 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿, but also I want to hear what he has to say. I can be forgiving if he's got a good fucking reason. Otherwise, I'm gonna introduce him to fisty and cuffs. Yes, I hope you had an amazing stream. Please get comfy, get drinks, get whatever you need. Things are getting soft and at the same time. Get lost, 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿. I will, in just a minute. What do you want now? Well, I figured you want to talk to me after you had some space. I ought to let you do that, even if you're gonna yell at me. Liz finally faced him to be free to snap at 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿 with full force. And why in the world would you think that? Unfazed, 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿 looked back at her softly. You haven't changed that much, Lizzie. You're the one who found me online when I brushed you off earlier this summer. When have we ever preferred leaving something unresolved in the end? You didn't even get a chance to make me explain why I did it. I bet you're dying to do that. Liz ground her teeth, quietly fuming. 𝐿𝐻𝐈𝐿 had called it right, and that sucked for her. Fine, I'll bite. Give me your excuses.
Well,
Well, mostly, it was really bad timing. I could have handled it a lot better if I'd known I was going to see you that day, and there wasn't a self-appointed hall monitor dutifully watching every move people made. Hey, hi, good to see you. Gotta go. Was simply too much for your little heart to manage? Of course. The goal was to keep as much distance as possible. Meaning I was the guy you knew wouldn't have been much helpful. So you can't stand us, and me trying to reconnect was just a huge pain for you after all? Amazing. Wonderful. Thank you so much for saying so. No, that's not it. Don't feel bad, though. You're almost never wrong. Your older sister's brows twitched as she stared at Stylo in tired disbelief. He smiled back at her brightly. Hi, Misty. How are you? Welcome. I did it so this wouldn't happen. What? I dealt with that situation the way I always do. By saying stuff I didn't exactly mean, because it's just easier that way. You heard Jeremy? It's what I'm known for. Sure, right now you're mad that I pretended not to remember you, but if I hadn't done that, it would have been something else later on and we'd have ended up here still. Liz's anger became more and more difficult for her to maintain. It was soon replaced by a sad confusion. Don't do that. Don't be like that. Why not be someone you're actually okay showing me? Shadow chuckled uncomfortably and searched for a way to explain himself to his former idol. I wouldn't have made you sad if I could have avoided it. I mean that. I thought I could at least finish this visit without issues. Jeremy wasn't someone I expected to call me out. It's pointless to him usually. But I'm not going to be someone whose personality revolves around making you happy. No matter how much I follow others, it wasn't for them. Every decision was mine. I couldn't be in charge, so being a sidekick to the best option was something I did for my sake. I choose to let people be the boss when it's what I need, and I choose where to stop it. And the best I can do for you now is spare you from dealing with it. I'm not as earnest as you are, and as nice as you are. I was always like that, even as a kid. That's horrible. He didn't know what else to say. Nothing else could sum it up. I knew that's essentially how you were back then. You were a scaredy cat who wanted someone to defend you.
Jeez.
I simply imagined that in the past 10 years, you'd grow out of that and learn how to speak to others like, I don't know, an actual grown-up human being. Well, in my defense, I'm not an adult yet. I won't be 18 until later this year in October. October 30th. You remembered! So did you, punk. Shiloh chuckled self-consciously as Liz smirked at him. There was an affable moment before she became serious again. Hi, Nix. Welcome. I liked you when we were kids. I wanted to know you now. That's what upset me the most. The idea that maybe you only wanted to be rid of your old friends.
Aw.
Aw, Lizzie, you're too good to need someone like me in your life. That's the truth. I'm not worth the effort. Except for with unusual people with odd taste. Then she straightened up in the sand, brushing her dress back out. That's an incredibly annoying thing to say. It's insane. You've only changed in stupid ways and stayed the same for the rest. That's fair. Is it? It means maybe I have unusual taste. You could have stuffed Shiloh's entire hat into his mouth with how wide he opened it. Really? Well, as much as a mother hen being compelled to look out for their chick, no matter how useless they are, is unusual. I can't help it. You haven't changed that much after all, either. You're still Shiloh. You're painfully still Shiloh.
You're welcome.
I brought you here and I'm not going to abandon you. It has to be someone's job to look out for and keep an eye on you. With her surety returning, she pulled herself up off the ground and glowered down at Shiloh with her arms folded. Now, I do want an apology for everything done behind our backs when you could have opened up with all of that you just said. You should have given us a real chance or stayed home. This stunt was rude. To me, and either, and 𝐿𝐍𝐕𝐓 too. As if bringing the baby chick comparison to life, Shiloh dutifully did as he was told. Sorry, Lizzie. Either 𝐿𝐍𝐕𝐓, everyone. I didn't want to cause problems or ruin the day. And you don't have to accept just because I'm saying it. Not everyone needs to like everyone. I don't know if you did anything to me personally, but alright then. As long as you're not going to keep upsetting people. Thanks, 𝐿𝐍𝐕𝐓. I'll avoid doing that in the future. He then changed his focus to you. His expression was curious. He wanted to know where your feelings landed on this, on him. Were you pretending to have a good time with us today? No, it really was great to come back and see the old neighborhood and see you three. I guessed it would end badly, so I tried not to get into the situation in the first place. Arthur, do you want to stay for what's left of the evening? You don't have to. As you got to your feet, you thought about it. And truth be told, you didn't want to spend any more time with Shiloh. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Everything with Shiloh was just too much. Cove started nervously rubbing at his scar. He ended up looking at Liz. You both probably already know what I'm gonna say. Sorry, I don't want Arthur to be left alone. Liz nodded and turned towards Shiloh. There was an almost wistful look in her expression. Oh, looks like it's me and Shiloh and Arthur and Cove. It really is just like old times. That got a small laugh out of both Shiloh and Cove as they got to their feet. Even cracked a smile thinking about how some things always seem to go the same way. Hi, KD. Good morning. Welcome to the land of the living. I know, right, Nix? Honestly. Talk about a glow up, am I right? Is there anywhere you want to go while you're here? Shadow didn't answer right away. He seemed to be thinking hard about what he wanted. Then his expression softened. Can we go to the shore? That sounds wonderful. With a small wave to you and Cove, Liz began making her way down to the beach. Shiloh took a step towards you and smiled. Bye, Arthur. Bye, Cove. Bye. Bye. With that, he was already off, trailing after Liz a few steps behind. You couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over you as they went off together. Even if you didn't stay the entire day, you felt you'd gotten closure from all this, not even from just Shiloh. Strangely, you'd even gotten a resolution with Jeremy, of all people, the old villain of that one summer long ago. Brushing your thoughts aside, you noticed that Cove was waiting for you with a cautious smile.
So,
Oh, we're now in a world where Shiloh's personality is harder to deal with Jeremy's. How did that happen? You chuckled awkwardly, not knowing what else to do, and Cove did the same. Together, you stayed in the park until the sun had fallen and the day was long over. Oh my god, Nix, you're not wrong. He's like Himbo Bieber. Himbeeber. You never could have seen where the day was heading when it started. However, you appreciated the opportunities it brought you in the end. It felt right to end it with Cove. Besides immediate family, no one else had been there for you for as long as he had. After that, Shiloh disappeared from Sunset Burned once again. Though this time it wasn't heartbreaking or hard to understand. This time, it was just another part of life. And it helped that Liz had her own phone and laptop and could easily check in on him from time to time. I wasn't expecting that on the Serendipity. Ooh, which one should we go next? You'll never take me alive, Nix. So many choices. Let's go with reflection. I'm curious. Hold on the phone. This is Cove's room? Damn, this room's decked the fuck out. Bitch even got a loft bed and everything. Damn, I want Cove's room. That's the size of my apartment. After finishing breakfast at the Holden's house, you and Cove had retreated to his room to relax before starting the day in earnest. Or perhaps you'd take it easy for the whole afternoon. Neither of you had plans exactly, so you were free to do whatever came to mind. You were lazing on Cove's bed. It was so cozy there you had to fend off the urge to fall back asleep. Cove lounged in a similarly eased manner. He had his phone open and was idly scrolling through something on it as you enjoyed one another's presence nearby. A burst of laughter broke the silence, hooking your attention and bringing you back to the present. You looked at Cove for an explanation. His eyes, now crinkled with mirth, were still locked on his screen. You gonna let me in on the joke? He finally looked up at you, smirking. Dad scanned some old photos. You know, he drew a rectangle in the air with his phone-free hand. Printed out ones, back from when I was little. He texted it all to me last night, I guess. I've been checking them out. You were looking at your kiddie photos and didn't tell me? Cove narrowed his eyes, smile still bent. I was gonna show you. I just wanted to look at it first to make sure there's nothing super embarrassing. You never know with my dad. He grimaced, envisaging what horrors his dad might unwittingly spring upon him. I mean, what if there's a photo of me getting potty trained or something? Oh, come on. Kids' pictures are supposed to be embarrassing. That's part of the fun. He was holding out on you, but your protest was of no use. Cove only cleared his throat nervously, the fear of his dad's well-meaning action still looming large in his mind. Anyway, before we forget, I was laughing because I came across a Halloween one from when I was 8. The year I was a zombie, remember? He shook his head, grinning wryly while holding the phone out to you. Oh, look at that emo little boo-boo. I never even liked zombies. All I wanted was to show off my new scar. And it needed to be something scary. I couldn't be a normal person who had a scar according to my 8-year-old mind. It's baby Cove! I know, right, Ski? I was a little dork.
Right?
Dad really wanted to be useful, as usual. He came up with the idea of being an undead person. Pretty good, huh? It was good, but my costume that year was better. You'd been very proud of it. Cove chuckled at your reply. I can't believe how much larger my scar used to be. He looked down at his arm, a soft smile on his face, and traced what remained of the jagged line with his fingers just as you'd seen him do countless times before. His voice was playful when he spoke again. Look at how tiny it is now. Now we're gonna pretend to be tough without a big scar. Well, you better not do anything stupid to get a new scar, you joked, wagging a finger at him. No matter how much you like them. I won't. Cove smiled bashfully, pleased with his joke, and ducked his head to look away from you. His fingers were still tracing the scarred patch of skin. I really do like having this, even if it is kind of little these days. His voice was shy, like he was letting you in on a big secret. Cove turned back to face you fully, finally letting go of his scar. He was happy. That mark was a part of him and clearly held meaning for Cove. Reaching over, you laid a reassuring hand on his arm where the scar was. You cupped his arm with your fingers carefully as your thumb ran down the outline of his scar, along with the rougher tissue of the scar. You could also feel goosebumps on his arm. Cove let out a choked breath, a dizzied smile playing out on his face. It was evident that he liked the feeling. Thank you for the hydrating hits. You stopped there, not bothering to suppress the grin on your face. You liked teasing that reaction from Cove. Your eyes drifted back to the scar on Cove's arm. The scar had been there for as long as you'd known Cove, though when you first met it had been concealed by that neon pink cast.
So?
Want to hear about how I managed to go jet skiing when I was 8? You were initially stunned that he guessed what you were thinking, though given the topic of conversation and the direction of your gaze, it was a natural conclusion to reach. Not bothered by your reaction, Cove continued with a shrug. I don't mind telling you, it's nothing special. He rubbed the back of his neck, grinning sheepishly. Mostly it's just really dumb. You nodded. That was something you'd like to hear more about, especially knowing that no lasting harm had come of it. Cove stared into the distance, lips parted as he readied the story in his mind. So me, my dad and mom were at a party. I don't know if it was a casual get-together or a specific celebration. I hope it wasn't something meaningful, considering how I ended it. He winced and managed a bashful smile. Thank you for the stretch. Alright, arms out the front, up over the head. Yeah. Ugh, old spine crunkles. Good as new. Anyway, my mom and dad were off doing stuff, talking to other people, I guess. I was left with the other non-adults, and most of them were older than I was. Maybe all of them were. His brow furrowed as he tried to recall dusty memories. Then he shrugged again and continued. The older kids were taking turns on the jet skis. There weren't enough for everyone to ride at once, so in between turns they were hanging out on the shore. I was meant to just sit there with them and watch. Remembering when you'd first met Cove, you'd bet that he hadn't been satisfied with that arrangement. He confirmed that suspicion. I was pretty unhappy. It wasn't a party for me, not when all I could do was just look at other people have fun when I couldn't. Teens must have realized that, though I never hid when I was pouting as a kid. Only when you were a kid? Cove bristled with embarrassment. It looked pretty sulky to you. Come on, let me finish the story. Alright. Cove sighed, letting go of the interruption and picking up where he left off.
Well,
Basically, someone offered to let me ride. I was way too small to drive it myself, but this older kid, they must have been at least 16, said I could sit in front of them while they controlled the jet ski. I knew I wasn't supposed to do anything like that, but still, I figured my parents were doing whatever they wanted, so why couldn't I? I nodded at the person, and I remember the other teens helping me onto the jet ski, along with the one driving. We sped off into the water. Code smiled wildly and wistfully. It was amazing, at first. My hair was flying everywhere as we zoomed away from the shore. I loved being out in the open water like that. Too bad it turned out steering a jet ski with an 8-year-old sat on your lap was harder than a bunch of kids figured it would be. The team tried their best, but they couldn't keep control for long, and we got spun around and went right into the sand. You sucked in a deep breath. The other person wasn't hurt. Thankfully, they held onto the bars and stayed in their seat. I didn't. I was thrown at full speed into a rocky part of the shore near the dock. Must have tried to brace for impact but catch myself because my arms were what I mostly landed on. He looked down on the limb in question. You can see him visualizing the long-healed injury. It's pretty torn up. And after that, it's hazy for me. I got taken to the hospital. Didn't feel a lot of pain when it first happened. All I remember thinking was how I was covered in sand and the grains were uncomfortable. The sand was uncomfortable. Cove chuckled. I know, right? I did start feeling my arm later. It definitely hurt eventually. The doctor said my arm was broken, and along with it being torn open, that's how I ended up getting my pink cast. He smiled nostalgically. That color just seemed nice and happy at the time, and bright in the mood, so I picked it. The smile faded. He finished the story with a sigh, his eyes downcast. I feel bad I didn't have any of that. I hope whoever that team was, they weren't traumatized by seeing a little kid go flying into the ground. They were just trying to do a nice thing. Cove threw his arms out to the sides dramatically. I wish I knew who they were so I could give them a call and say I'm still in one piece. But yeah, that's the full story. You laughed at what a terrible idea it had been. Yeah, sorry, Cove, but that was dumb. Cove sighed again, the regret written plainly on his face. Yeah, it was a failure. That's just the truth. He smiled flatly. But to my credit, I think I've grown a lot since then. Wait. Cove's eyes went completely wide. Suddenly reinvigorated, he seized his phone and tapped away at the screen. What? What's up? I knew it! You weren't sure that he'd heard you, but he set his phone down and turned to face directly to you. His face was resolute, and though through the glow of the screen was no longer reflected in his eyes, they seemed to sparkle even brighter than before. Either. We're adults. We can decide on things for ourselves now. You only realize that now? The age requirement to rent a jet ski in California is 18. We can totally do it. You want to break another bone? 𝐿𝐻 pouted, his lower lip jutting out, which didn't back up what he said next.
Come on.
I'm not a little kid. You don't have to worry. Within a moment, 𝐿𝐻 had recovered and returned to his serious expression from before. I'll be careful. I really want you to be there when I try again. Please. His voice was soft and earnest. You could tell how much the request meant to him. You also knew him enough to know that he wasn't going to give up on this idea, and letting him go on his own wasn't an option. I can't refuse those puppy eyes. I'd be interested in trying jet skiing. 𝐿𝐻 perked up once again, a grin stretched wide across his face. He was practically bouncing in place. Sweet, let's go! You got up and worked as a team to gather everything needed for the trip. 𝐿𝐻's other aquatic hobbies came in handy, and it was quickly kitted out with everything he'd need other than the jet skis themselves. Oh, I see, Katie, you're saving up for the clout. Oh yeah, fun fact with the beloved companion role. It's like, this is on my to-do list because I've got so much shit on my to-do list, and you know how it is, like, yeah. I'm going to make... I will get around to making a... I want to do like a fan art journal thingy with one of my shiny notebooks. And I've already picked the one that I want. And what I'm thinking of doing is I'm thinking of like, for the first couple of pages, just like having a dedicated list to all of the beloved companions, so that way, no matter what, when I'm an old graying old toddle man thingy jigs, so like when I turn 30. No. No, but like I'm thinking of having like the beloved companion list in there, because then I can keep it forever. I thought it'd be like a cute little thing like, look, you're immortalized in a shiny notebook. It's the highest of honors. What does the beloved companion redeem really do? Alright, so it gives you a special role in the Discord. Basically, it is clout. In the Discord specifically. Just the Discord. You get the role, and then your name gets to go in the beloved companion section, which is higher than everyone else's. It's the clout role. It's basically the haha, my name's on top of the plebs. It's okay, I'm also the plebs, I feel you. But like, let's be honest, that's all it is. There's no substance to it. It's just Discord clout, that's it. But I mean, if you want some Discord clout today, beloved companions, they're all of your dreams. And yeah, when I do properly put together the shiny notebook, I am going to be putting all of the beloved companions in it, just like all the usernames of the beloved companions. Then I can immortalize forever. Right. You needed to run back home briefly, having dressed and prepared for a day that didn't involve jet skiing. But soon enough, you were both ready and jumping into 𝐿𝐻's car. And you do not have to be, dear Feedle. Now it's too late, Ghosty. You're going in the book. You've already got your clout nugget. No refunds. Everyone who wants to be in the book gets a love heart next to their name, and everyone who doesn't gets a tiny picture of Lloyd next to their name. I'll specifically print out a bunch of tiny Lloyds on sticker paper just for you. I'm special to myself. As you got in, you learned that 𝐿𝐻 had used the brief time apart to locate a rental store on his phone. It's the Death Note. I do have an emo looking book with a raven on it actually. I could just stick y'all in the emo book. That would be so funny. You caught his eye as you clicked your seatbelts into place. Excited, you held out a hand. Cove slapped it in a high five before settling off. You and Cove soon arrived. The ocean was perfectly inviting today. The deep blue of the water glittered under the clear sky, while the tide rolled in and out at its leisure. I'm so excited for this. His excitement was adorable. Seeing how pleased you were, Cove grinned at you.
Hey.
Oh, hey, want to say hi to my dad while we're here? I've already texted my mom about the plan. He's working right now. Shop's just down the way, we can walk. Yeah, let's go brighten his day without cheery faces. Mr. Holden was a great guy, so you were happy to check in on him.
Sorry.
Thanks. Sorry, it might be kind of awkward when he hears why we're here, but it should be alright. I mean, my parents forgave me a long time ago for that amazing stunt. I don't want to be scared off jet skiing for my whole life because of it. You wonder which of you Cove was attempting to reassure. It was only a short walk back down the dock to Mr. Holden's scuba shop. Cove breezed in, as familiar with the store as he was his own home. The place was quiet, empty aside from a couple of customers quietly browsing, and Cove's dad behind the counter. Mr. Holden looked up, his friendly expression spreading into a grin when he saw who'd just entered.
Hey.
Hey, hi there! Hey, sport! What brings you all the way out here? He cast an eye at the way the two of you were dressed. Well, judging by how you're decked out, I'm guessing scuba diving? There's plenty here for that. What can I help you with? Cove chuckled, amused by how quickly his dad seized on a favorite topic. Or maybe it was how his dad always fell over himself trying to be useful. Hi, Dad. Yeah, we're not doing that this time. We sort of decided to go rent a couple of jet skis. The phrase jet skis had set Mr. Holden's mouth into a taut line immediately. Jet skis? He echoed the words as his eyes instinctively darted to the scar on Cove's arm. That's when... Mr. Holden started to speak several times, each attempt quickly abandoned. Cove smiled encouragingly, trying not to add to his father's worries. Have a safe trip home.
Don't worry about it.
I promise I'll be careful, and Arthur will be there too. We always look out for each other. Mr. Holden pinched his face back into an unconvincing smile.
Right.
Alright, you're a whole lot bigger now than you were back then. Heck, you can drive a car and everything. I'm sure you and Arthur will have plenty of fun. The words still echoed out in his voice, barely concealed by the positive words. But Cove was buoyed by his father's support. Shara! Sup, ish, how you doing? Alright, context. So, he got the big scar on his arm because when he was 8, he got flung off a jet ski, and now he's like, hey, we're adults now, let's go rent some jet skis. We have raised this man into a himbo. And that's beautiful. Yeah, well, we're all set. We only stopped by to say hi and let you know since we were over here. Mr. Holden beamed, obviously moved by his son's simple consideration. Wow! Oh, you're so thoughtful. Thanks for taking the time. Cove gave his dad a crooked smile, shaking his head bashfully. He'd long stopped fighting his dad's effusive praise, but that didn't mean he'd ever become good at accepting it. Mr. Holden simply laughed at his son's response. It'll be great if you could keep me in the loop while you're out there too. Just text me to let me know if it's going well or anything. I will. His dad smiled more easily.
Great.
Great! Cove rubbed at his arm, causing Mr. Holden's eyes to momentarily twitch back to the childhood injury.
Bye.
Well, we're gonna head out. See you later. Take care. Don't work too hard. Mr. Holden waved you off as you left the store. I know, the himbo energy is so glorious, it's great. Honestly, Xana, probably, but it's okay, we'll probably be cradled safely within our himbo's arms. The pair of you headed back to the docks, walking side by side. After your feet hit the boards, Cove's pace fell. Glancing over, you saw him looking down over out the water. His This wouldn't have been unusual if his expression hadn't been so somber. He wasn't geared up with anticipation or even nervousness, but with an uncharacteristic lethargy. Something was weighing heavily on his mind. You know, you're gonna walk right off into the sea if you don't pay attention. Huh? He blinked, startled by you interrupting his rumination.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. He sighed. Though you torn his attention from the ocean, it gradually drifted back to the water. You cleared your throat, unwilling to lose him again. Sorry. Again. He put his hands to his face, rubbing his eyes warily. Oh, here I go, thinking everything's been resolved with what's happened and we can have fun! But I just can't enjoy anything. I had to find something else to get stuck in my head. You're having second thoughts about jet skiing. No, that's not it. The ends of his lips were drawn into the beginning of a frown, like grey clouds clustered to signal coming storm. I mean, I figured my dad would be a little worried about me doing it, but what he was saying wasn't what I expected. It was so sad. He was more than nervous. I think he feels bad, and now I feel bad. It isn't as if I'm the only one who's ever done something stupid or gets hurt. It got me thinking about that whole time. That's when I realized it wasn't long after that accident that my parents separated. You stayed quiet. As a kid, I didn't think about the consequences of my actions, you know? Or how what I did impacted other people. Like, why should anyone care? I'm the one doing it, not them. Made no sense, and I still cared when other people did things I didn't like. I was 8, and mostly just mad that nothing felt like it was in my control. You could tell he was building up to something, so you nodded for him to continue. It was pretty difficult to deal with because of that attitude. Looking back, it was just, I think that's what saved me from something a lot of kids go through. Blaming themselves for their parents' divorce. It never crossed my mind that anything I did made a difference on my mom and dad's relationship. They would do what they did no matter what. Now though, I guess it's kind of hard to ignore the thought, huh? I mean, the situation was already so hard. I wasn't a good kid, so... He left his words adrift as he looked down, the conclusion unfinished. It was silent between you. But only for a second. 𝐄𝐍𝐕 pulled himself up to his full height, his chin held aloft. Whatever he decided, he was resolute. I'm going back. I've got to talk to my dad. I'm not going to let things be like before, where it just felt crappy and refused to tell him what's going on. It doesn't work for either of us. You can go ahead if you want. I won't mind. I still really want to do this, and I'm sure it'll be okay. There's no way you're going off on your own. We always look out for each other, remember? 𝐄𝐍𝐕 smiled gently, having wanted that deep down. Thanks. Let's go. You and 𝐄𝐍𝐕 retook your steps down the docks once more, heading back to Mr. Holden's scuba shop. I'm reading that, Kaneko, and my brain's like, I'm sorry, but there is no one at the phone at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep. How you do, welcome. The customers you'd spotted in there before were now leaving the store, new bags clutched in their hands. You hoped this would mean that 𝐄𝐍𝐕 could have a conversation without a public audience. This time, 𝐄𝐍𝐕 strode inside the shop with purpose. Mr. Holden, still at the counter, glanced up to greet whoever had come inside, and he grinned as you approached.
How's it going?
Hello again! Forget something? Sort of. 𝐄𝐍𝐕 reached the counter now. You needed to rush just to keep up with him as he crossed the show floor. Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow, taking in 𝐄𝐍𝐕's shift in attitude, and chose his next words with care. Is everything alright? 𝐄𝐍𝐕 swallowed, not answering initially. Talking openly with his dad was still somewhat new for the son. He knew that he was struggling for the right way to begin. I wanted to ask about what happened. Mr. Holden winced as if the words had struck him physically. The accident? No. The divorce. The pained expression fell from Mr. Holden's face. Wide eyes, his jaw slack, he gaped at Cove.
Huh?
Why? Cove glanced over his shoulder at you. As your eyes met, you saw him draw confidence by having you by his side. He turned back to his father. I want to know the truth. His tone was grave. Did me getting into the accident hurt your marriage? If I hadn't done it, would you and Mom have gotten along better? No! Hell no! Mr. Holden quashed the suggestions with a gravity you'd rarely heard in his voice. You're 8 years old! You're not responsible in any way. Kyra and I should have protected you. I can understand why you're feeling that. What happened was so horrible. How could it not have an impact? It did. It was a reflection of us as parents. The relationship between your mom and me was separate and already unsalvageable. Hey, you got some clout. Alright, where are you? Rose. I have granted unto thee, Shara, clout. May thee enjoy it. Even though it's not going to be super obvious because mods are on top of beloved companions, so you're still going to show up as a mod. But it's there, and that is all that matters when you look at your rolls. And I'll stick you in my shiny notebook. What you doing, Esther? Hello. You're just standing there. What you doing? There you go. Have a pet. Esther says hello. Cove turned away, his brow still furrowed as he looked at the floor. Maybe I'm being anxious and it's taking over, but it wasn't just then. I always caused problems. He plowed on, unwilling to give up without explaining his worries. What if I'd been easier to raise, or if you hadn't me later on? Maybe if you didn't have me at all, it might have been better for the two of you. If I didn't have you, then what good would my life be? Mr. Holden didn't let the words hang unchallenged in the air for even a second. He hurried over to Cove, taking his son's arms in his hands. Cove, listen. There is only one person to blame for things not working, and that's me. Cove opened his mouth to speak, but Mr. Holden forced on, determined to erase any question in Cove's mind. I am not saying this to dishonestly push accountability off from someone else or to throw a pity party for myself. You want to know the truth? So that's what I'm giving you. Your father is the reason our family couldn't stay together. You think you caused trouble? You should have seen me at your age. You're such a good kid. I can hardly believe how good you are. Mr. Holden's eyes were misty as he squeezed his son's arms. There's nothing, absolutely nothing you need to blame yourself for. I'm sorry, Cove. To you and to Kyra. Mom? Yeah, your mom. His pained face eased slightly into a bittersweet smile. Kyra, she was just so smart. Driven and completely bursting with life. It's as if she could do anything. You know, there wasn't a single solitary person who didn't want even a piece of her attention. Just to catch her eye for a moment. But for some crazy reason, she had a soft spot for my 17-year-old screw-up self. That's when we first met. It definitely took some time before I managed to get to ask her out on a date. Mr. Holden shook his head, the smile melting as his recollection became solemn once more. Hi, Amy. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. And then we'd only been officially together for about 6 months when we found out we were having a baby. I was so worried, so scared, but she was so brave. She was my rock. But we both knew that the road ahead was going to be rockier. When we got married, I didn't see it as a dream come true. I wasn't about to start living my life in the only way I could imagine to do so. I thought what happened, and throwing my cards in with a girl like her was worth the risk. He grimaced, the sentence sour in his mouth, regretting his past perspective. I been taking care of myself on my own and getting by. All of a sudden, I was gonna have a wife and a child.
That's
So I thought, alright, I'd better step things up and take care of all of us. That's what I did. Sort of. He rolled his eyes. I made money, kept a roof over our heads, and put food on the table. I was always busy, always focused on taking care of things, and I didn't stop to consider what anyone else was thinking or what they actually needed. I made every decision about what I did, and as a result, what happened to the family, by myself. Never asking what your mom felt, or even wondering if she might have an opinion. I'd tell 𝐄𝐫 about the great place I'd found and how we'd be moving there in the same breath. Or that I'd spent all of our savings and taken out a loan to start this business we're standing in, and even more nonsense. Anything I felt I needed to do, I did. 𝐄𝐫 couldn't even ask where I'd been all day without me rolling my eyes like she was being a nag. Just making sure we didn't starve, obviously, right? Couldn't she trust me? He sighed, his head hung low. She went to school part-time while raising me, really knuckling down, but it didn't matter to me back then. She could have spent her days lying in bed, not dying, and I would have felt the same. I didn't care. I was gonna get it all done on my own either way. It's so stupid. I had admired her more than anyone when there was nothing at stake. Yet as soon as responsibilities were involved, I couldn't let myself rely on her. He combed a hand through his hair, searching for an understanding of his own younger self. I'm not even sure why. Maybe I had something to prove. Maybe I'm the one who didn't trust her in the end. Poor 𝐄𝐫. She had to spend every day mentally weighing the pros and cons of putting up with my horrible ideas for the sake of peace, and trying to explain to my blockheaded self that what I was doing was wrong. It must have been so stressful and frustrating, constantly having to let everything go because I was stubborn and absolutely would make a fight out of it. He snorted bitterly. I was definitely stuck in my head a lot those days. Our relationship at that point had made of arguments and cool tolerance, but I was still genuinely didn't see the divorce coming. We'd made it through the first few years, and after that I never really considered it ending. It's just how life was. But in retrospect, it's clear that 𝐄𝐫 kept thinking on it more every year, especially because she managed to finish her journalism degree, and with us being more stable, financially, that is, she thought of everything. She even timed it right when your school ended for the year so the process would hopefully be all settled before you had to worry about class again. We were already talking about it before the accident ever happened. I know I took it really hard, being a sad sack all around the neighborhood, but even that is unfair on me. When it shook out, I'm the one who got everything. 𝐄𝐫 didn't want to leave you, 𝐄𝐫. She never would have. I'm certain she felt like she had no choice but to end the relationship. The business was doing really well by then, so I had an easier time making a living. She was between jobs, and when she did get a new job, it meant that she'd be traveling all the time. That's why she willingly accepted me having full custody. She didn't get to be there with her child for so many moments, and you had to spend half your life growing up without your mother. And it's my fault. Mr. Holden closed his eyes briefly as he took a breath. So that's it. The story of Cliff and 𝐄𝐫's marriage. Not exactly a fairy tale, but I want to be clear. You saw his grip on 𝐄𝐫's arms tighten. No matter what happened with me and her, I'd never, ever want to miss out on being your dad. 𝐄𝐫's throat bobbed as he swallowed. His eyes glistened, glossy with tears that had yet to fall. He blinked quickly, trying to hold them back. Thank you for telling me. His voice was hoarse, little more than a whisper. Mr. Holden brought a hand up to his face and lightly nudged 𝐄𝐫's chin. You're welcome. You're a grown-up now, right? You deserve the truth. It's the least I can do for you. 𝐄𝐫 managed a fragile smile. Thank you for taking care of me. For all of it. Mr. Holden brushed the compliment off with a wave of his hand.
No worries.
It was nothing. Look at where we ended up. Got this whole entire store, a house, friends here. Very thoughtful, son. It's all good for me.
I'm so glad.
I'm glad. His voice was still quiet. and he ducked his head shyly after saying the words. Mr. Holden patted him on the back, and you could see the tears in Cove's eyes still shining, threatening to spill over. Mr. Holden put an arm around his shoulders, gently steering him towards the door. You should go have fun. Make some nice memories. Cove's gaze flickered over to you. The watery smile on his face solidified. Alright. Good! Now out you go! Mr. Holden nudged the two of you out of the shop. I know, right, Santa? But gotta admit, credit to him, he took accountability. It's not easy to take accountability and, like, admit, you know, you were kind of the dick. You both walked silently as you made your return to the docks. Cove's face was pensive, clearly still digesting everything his dad had said. He finally sighed, catching your attention. He hesitantly reached for the bag he'd brought and raised it up. Arthur, I want to call my mom. I'm not going to leave her out of things, and I want to know what she thinks. Well, what happened and all that. He fiddled with the straps of his bag, still remained closed shut. It's not like I don't trust Dad, it's just my mom's thoughts are important too. That's not a bad idea. Bet she'd have some interesting things to add. He seemed relieved where you understood. You knew he didn't want to be a bother with another delay. Thanks. And I guess there's no time like the present. Time to ask. With that many pep talk, he finally opened his bag and found his phone. Cove unlocked it quickly and tapped over to his favourite contacts. He called up his mum and put the phone on speaker as it dialed. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 must have had her phone close because she answered almost immediately. Go! This is a pleasant surprise. I thought you'd be getting back to me later. Hey, Mom. He paused for a second and looked at you. You're on speaker with Arthur too. Hey, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓. Oh, hello. I'm popular today. What's going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Are you a pro jet skier already? Cove chuckled and scratched the back of his head. We haven't started yet. Actually, there's something I kind of want to ask you about. Really? I'm intrigued. Her voice was bright and excited. Cove moved the phone closer to his face so he could speak softly, aware that the tone of this conversation was about to change. I was talking to Dad earlier. It was about your relationship and why you both divorced. Ah. That one syllable had lost all of her earlier energy. Cove tightened his grip on the phone. It does make sense that the past would catch and come up today. Yeah, but he tried to brighten up the mood again. You weren't used to him being the perky one of the two. You can only imagine it felt like a strange role reversal for him. Dad said you were really amazing. He admired you a lot. What a flatterer. She sighed wistfully, and you could hear some interference. Maybe she'd shaken her head. You couldn't tell for sure. Oh, Cliff. He bungled himself through regular, everyday adulting and social situations in astoundingly charming ways. Yet somehow, at the exact same time, he was an ambitious, slightly shady, under-the-table type of man when it came to making his living in the world. So, essentially, your father was an absolute heartthrob for someone such as myself. Cove and 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 laughed delicately. The tension was broken into something lighter, more familiar between the two. Well, it's cool you both have nice things to say about each other. I agree, baby. She took a moment before continuing carefully. Do you have questions about what happened? I'm not sure. Cove squinted at the phone in his hand as he tried to think, his free hand brushing through his hair. I just kind of wanted to know about how you describe what it was like. Could I tell you what Dad said about it?
Alright.
I don't think Cliff would mind. Whatever he told you is probably what he'd say to me. Alright, go for it. After taking a breath, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 capped Cliff's experience, doing his best to follow his dad's story. He went into a surprising amount of detail and not a single thing was missed. 𝐿𝐿 listened on in absolute silence, letting her son speak without interruption. When 𝐿𝐿 finished, he took another deep inhale of air. So, what do you think? 𝐿𝐿 sighed softly. He heard a clacking noise like she was drumming her nails on the back of a phone over a countertop. Well, that definitely sounds like Clifford. He's not exactly wrong, but he doesn't have a total picture. He puts the emphasis on the wrong places, I think. Huh? What do you mean? For starters, 𝐿𝐿 unsurprisingly downplayed himself more than he had to. He did? 𝐿𝐿's eyebrows raised and his face continued to inch even closer to the screen. Well, since your dad was so praising of me, it's only fair to return the favor. When 𝐿𝐿 said he was already taking care of himself when he met me, he means he was on his own. 𝐿𝐿's own parents weren't, and still aren't, friendly people. They've always had a combative relationship. Through him getting into drinking and gambling as a teenager certainly didn't help. He knew they'd kick him out at 18, so he saved them the trouble and left home at 17. He always found a way to make it work, even without support. Met him a few months after that. We hit it off right away. He was exactly what I wanted back then. We dated, and then about a half a year later, bam! You're on the way, 𝐿𝐿. She laughed fondly as 𝐿𝐿 clung to every word. I was really optimistic about it all. I couldn't wait to be a mother, and I was more than happy that 𝐿𝐿 was the father who'd been along for the ride. We got married quick, and before you were born. 𝐿𝐿's recollection of our wedded dynamic is pretty spot on. He was extremely stubborn and just, well, immature. Highly, highly immature. Her voice raised slightly, and you got the feeling she was thinking back to her memories living with him. She left the specifics unspoken. But it's not like I was grown up either. Everyone, except maybe 𝐿𝐿, could see our relationship was no good. Or at least not good enough yet to commit to. I knew, but still, I didn't want to give it up. I wanted to keep the family together. I thought that if we divorced, or if we were never together, then we'd ruin your life, 𝐿𝐿. Obviously that wasn't true. I just didn't have enough experience at the time to realize that wasn't the only one option for us. Maybe things would have been easier for you if we'd split when you were still a baby, but it took me years to start figuring it all out. 𝐿𝐿 nodded, even if his mum couldn't see it, thinking hard about something. He was likely remembering his own experiences back then. We were married, but never seriously loved each other. We hardly knew each other. I don't mind that 𝐿𝐿 never viewed marrying me as some kind of dream come true. I honestly just appreciated he tried giving my hastily made life plan a shot. I was the one who proposed after all. Got down on one knee and everything. She huffed slightly, something between a chuckle and a sigh. It's very funny and a little sad that 𝐿𝐿 still doesn't know why things changed between us. It's obvious to me, and I guess he does know deep down. He just never consciously made the connection. I'm not even mad he didn't stay the same towards me. Love makes everything different. But you said... I know what I said. She were interrupted before 𝐿𝐿 could even finish his blurted out interjection. I don't mean 𝐿𝐿 and I. We were just two kids in a relationship that only ever worked when it was at its easiest. And then you were born, little 𝐿𝐿, James Holden. I loved you immediately, and so did your father. 𝐿𝐿 was stunned, his eyes watering as his mouth clamped shut. The inclination we had towards each other paled in the face of that. Our love to you was the real deal. 𝐿𝐿 was the proudest papa. In true 𝐿𝐿 fashion, tears began to fall. He stayed silent, but you were pretty sure 𝐿𝐿 knew the effect her words had on her son. No matter how much time passed, 𝐿𝐿 never got over how amazing it was that such a precious little boy was his. I should have taken pictures of how he'd puff up whenever someone referred to you as his son. She sounded much cheerier now. A slight smile crept on 𝐿𝐿's face despite the tears. Then again, he still does that now. It wasn't hard to imagine Mr. Holden lighting up around baby 𝐿𝐿 the same way he did with 18-year-old 𝐿𝐿. I remember how, when a real argument started brewing, 𝐿𝐿 had a habit of walking away to cool off. He wasn't able to handle it. His son seems to have taken after him in that way. You heard her chuckle, and Cove looked down, a blush clear on his cheeks. You could just feel her smirk rolling through the phone. She breezed over the next section airily. For our whole relationship, he always ended fights by skipping out on me for who knows how long. I don't even think Cliff even knew when he'd come back. That stopped when you were born. Cliff stopped running. He was still gone a lot for work, but we still had fights. But he wouldn't leave. Instead, he'd go to your room, Cove. If you were asleep, he'd just sulk on the ground by your crib until you woke up. Sometimes he'd pace the room while holding you or sit on the floor and rock you. He'd stay with you until one of us decided we were ready to talk again. We didn't have a lot of furniture back then. That's part of the reason why Cliff was always hanging out on the floor. He really came to embrace it. When our relationship got bad enough we didn't want to share a bed anymore, he always made sure I got to have the mattress. Instead, he set up a spot in the corner of the nursery, just in case you needed anything throughout the night. He gave you a more private space when you got bigger, but he still always made sure he could be there for you. There's still no denying, whether Cliff understands or not, he made his choices without prioritizing me. But it wasn't that he suddenly hated me. To Cliff, I was only a wife on paper. In his mind, I was a cool girl he dated and generally liked, nothing close to being the light of his life. All his blood, sweat, and tears weren't for himself, or me, or even the family unit. They were all completely and totally for his baby. Meanwhile, I was doing the same, though in the opposite way. I did take us being married seriously. I was trying to force us together as a couple, so we'd be a complete family for our child. You felt like a fly on the wall of a very personal conversation. Cove didn't seem to notice when you looked over at him, his face a complicated patchwork of emotions.
I guess.
Eventually, I woke up and saw what I was doing. I realized it wasn't going to work. Not like that. And when I was ready for it, I talked to Cliff about separating and starting up the divorce process. He was shocked by it, and unfortunately, it wasn't too long after when you had your accident, Cove. I don't know how much Cove really told you about it, but when he broke his arm, it terrified all of us. Cove could have died. Even back then, we knew he'd likely have a permanent scar he'd have to live with forever. Our parenting hurt our child, and he was the one who had to carry the repercussions. You were a bit taken aback to be referred to so directly. She still felt a little out of place, and she seemed completely focused on her son. Cove grimaced, and the hand holding his phone shook. Mom. Kyra continued as if she'd never paused. It was heartbreaking. Then on top of it all, we had to put you through your parents breaking up. Taking that back wasn't an option, despite the timing. It felt like everything we'd worked so hard for to make you happy was for nothing. I chose to believe we'd fix our lives from there, but to Cliff it seemed hopeless. He failed his son. It was easier for me in some ways. I had my family to lean on. That made it feel less daunting, less impossible. Cliff had only ever really known being on his own, by the happenstance of his birth and then by choice. When we broke up, he knew he was going to have to put back the pieces of what was left, alone. I wanted to be there for him, even after everything, but I was the one divorcing him. It was impossible. I never managed to be someone he truly relied on, and I had to remember that wasn't changing. As bleak as it felt at the time, Cliff still tried not to let any of that show you, Cave. He did what he could to keep your spirits high about the move. Your new house, the scar, everything. So that's why. Cove trailed off. He'd misunderstood the impact his injury had on his parents. You were reminded of something that made more sense now. Mr. Holden had been so helpful with Cove's old Halloween costume because he didn't want Cove to be saddened by the scar. It was clear Cove was coming to the same realizations. Now, with that all said, if Cliff was a completely perfect and wonderful guy, I wouldn't have left him. If it was even pretty good, I would have stayed. It was hard not to have custody. Sometimes I feel like I was a fun aunt rather than the mom I always wanted to be. I might have overcompensated a little at times because of that. She forced a laugh, but it had an uncomfortable edge to it. You could tell she was trying to blow off a very real anxiety of hers. Hi Kirito, how are you? Welcome, and welcome back, Zara. Cove looked ready to say something, but his mum kept talking, kept moving forward. Still, it's not Cliff's fault alone that our relationship didn't work. We were always better as co-parents than spouses. But I knew in separating that it wasn't going to be even. And Cove, the only reason I could stand not being there for you all this time is because I knew that if the situation was reversed and I could have provided a more stable environment, Cliff would have done the same. Your dad would give up his house, his shop, even his right arm if it would guarantee that you were safe and happy. So as painful as it was, I was sure you'd be okay because you were still with someone who loved you more than anything else in the world. Cove lowered his head, tears falling to the ground. He tried to speak. Took him a few tries. Thanks for telling me. His voice cracked, and 𝐿𝐿 made the alarm sound on the other end of the line. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to make you cry.
I get it.
It's okay. He was still crying, everyone could tell, being physically present or not. I love you, Mom. You've always been my mom, not Samar. My mom. I love you too. Her tone was thick with emotion. She was at the edge of a voice break herself. I'm so lucky to be your mom. She started to sniffle openly.
Don't worry.
Don't feel bad for me with how it worked out. I promise that none of it was your fault, and it's not as though I'm completely miserable over here. I have an incredible life with a beautiful baby boy of my own who calls whenever he can. At that, 𝐿𝐿's tears only came down heavier. Thank you. 𝐿𝐿 sighed affectionately, and you could hear the warmth in her voice. Yeah, like, I'm just, like, standing there awkwardly, just like... Should I even be here? just staring at his phone like, Hello, darkness. So we're gonna kiss or hello, darkness, my old friend. 𝐿𝐿 sighed affectionately, and you could hear the warmth in her voice. I think that's good for now. Maybe we should end the call. Take a moment. Is that really alright? He tightened his grip on his phone. You could see how emotionally exhausted he looked.
Of course.
Of course! We'll be in touch soon. For now, you'll only be able to keep thanking me or apologizing.
Hey!
Hey! 𝐿𝐿 cried out defensively over the accusation, making his mum snicker. Bye! And goodbye to you, either. I'm glad you're there for my baby. Talk to you later. Bye, Mom. I love you. Love you too. 𝐿𝐿 hung up. He let his hand drop to the side, his phone brushing the fabric of his wetsuit. The other hand went up to his face. He tried to wipe the tears from his eyes. His face was red and he struggled to put his phone back in his bag one-handed. You could tell he was getting worked up. He finally used both of his hands and sealed his phone back into its normal place. You want to go see your dad again? He didn't have to tell you what was on his mind for this. 𝐿𝐿 nodded his head weakly. You rushed the way back you came, feet pounding across the boards of the dock to return to the scuba shop for the third time. It was a little difficult to keep up with him. His stride was already longer than yours, but with him almost running, you had to pick up the pace. You reached his dad's store, and 𝐿𝐿 still wasn't slowing down. He pushed his way through the door at full speed. His hand released yours as he charged in. Yeah, we were holding hands. Mr. Holden had been walking around in the middle of the store checking over things. Immediately, he turned at the sound.
What's wrong?
What? Hey, where's the fire? He froze when he got a look at 𝐿𝐿's face. He worriedly opened his mouth, probably to ask what was wrong, but then 𝐿𝐿 launched himself at his father. 𝐿𝐿 threw his arms around Mr. Holden's neck. He buried his face into his dad's shoulder and started to sob with deep, hitching breaths. Cliff clearly had no idea what was going on, and his hands hovered awkwardly in the air. He looked at you for a brief second, hoping for understanding, before turning his attention on 𝐿𝐿. He wrapped both his arms around 𝐿𝐿's back. 𝐿𝐿 looked secure at his father's embrace, protected and safe. It's okay. It'll be okay. Whatever it is, it's gonna be okay. 𝐿𝐿 kept crying. He inhaled deeply, his voice choking up when he tried to speak.
I'm so sorry.
You always tried to be there for me when I was growing up. And I was mean to you, I'm sorry.
What?
What? Mr. Holden was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected this to be the issue. You don't have to apologize for that, bud. Kids are allowed to be mad at their parents. It's my job to take care of you. I really didn't do anything special. 𝐿𝐸 shook his head as emphatically as he could while tucked in against his dad. You've always supported me no matter what, and you've always loved me, and I wished I realized how much you did sooner. 𝐿𝐸 squeezed him tighter. Thank you. I love you, Dad. At his son's heartfelt confession, the father became choked up as well. He compressed 𝐿𝐸 into a crushing hug. I do love you. I always will. You can count on that. I want to be there for you too. They clung onto one another, absorbed in the moment. Then after a little while, they slowly began to loosen their hold. 𝐿𝐸 sniffled and moved so that he could use his palm to wipe away his tears. His dad's shirt was visibly damp where his face had been. Cliff patted the top of 𝐿𝐸's shoulder. He looked at his son with pride. You've grown up so much. 𝐿𝐸 started to laugh through his tears, a wavering smile on his lips. You doubted that 𝐿𝐸 would ever thought that crying on his dad's shoulder was a sign of maturity, but it was true. 𝐿𝐸 had changed over the years. It made you wonder if there was more to understand about your own mums. You thought back to when you were little and tried to think if you'd ever changed perspectives on your parents. You'd appreciated everything they'd done for you. Maybe you could tell them thank you when you got home. Just in case. 𝐿𝐸 wiped at his eyes again. You're a good dad. Well, you're a good son. Mr. Holden was plainly touched by the words and beamed at his beloved child. 𝐿𝐸 looked away and shyly traced his scar. Cliff chuckled and released 𝐿𝐸 to rub the back of his neck. The earlier panic had bled off and left the confusion. I'm glad we had this talk. But what was it that made you cry in the first place? You weren't too bad off when you left before. Oh. 𝐿𝐸 ducked his head further down, getting a very good look at the scuff marks on the floor. I called Mom. I wanted to talk to her about all of this. He clicked one of his feet shyly, swinging it back and forth against the ground. Things felt really hard when I was younger. And it wasn't just me going through stuff, Dad. You never give yourself credit. Cliff smiled gently and gripped 𝐿𝐸's shoulder with reassurance. 𝐿𝐸 is an amazing person to come to my defense. For me, the only hard part was seeing you and her unhappy. Everything else, it was nothing. He wrapped an arm around 𝐿𝐸's neck for another side hug. 𝐿𝐸 leaned into the embrace and glanced up at his dad. Your old man's tougher than he looks. Check out how powerful these arms are. And this is 10 years on. I was in my prime those days. 𝐿𝐸 laughed. It was a light sound, full of fondness. Okay. He quieted down a little, finding a quick moment of seriousness. Thanks again, Dad. I know you don't want me to feel bad, and I'm happy because of everything you and Mom did. I have a really nice life. Mr. Holden's countenance became much more serious. He didn't take what was said lightly. 𝐿𝐸, you are very welcome. That's so good to hear. Then he let 𝐿𝐸 go again. This time they both took a step back to their normal proximity. Mr. Holden cleared his throat. He looked at you right in the eyes.
That's a relief.
I also appreciate that you were here for support, Arthur. What a true friend. 𝐿𝐸 looked back down, embarrassed. Thanks for finally noticing my presence. Finally, resolution. Oh, I want to be there for you too, Mr. Holden. 𝐿𝐸's dad broke into nervous laughter and he couldn't keep in. Well, thanks, but you don't need to worry about me. I do worry about you, and I will worry about you. What did 𝐿𝐸 say? You know what? Don't answer that. I'm not sure I want to hear. Just, that's thoughtful of you. Cliff smiled warmly, and he nudged 𝐿𝐸 gently as if to say, look how lucky you are. Alright. 𝐿𝐸 exhaled slowly, his posture relaxing. We better get going. You still have work, Dad. I think Arthur has been patient enough. I didn't bring him here to watch me cry at my parents. Cliff grinned and waved the two of you off. Sure thing. I'm happy you both stopped in, but you gotta go have some fun. Be careful out there. I don't need to go jet skiing anymore. Arthur, if you still want to go, I don't mind watching. No way. You're a mature young man. If you want to jet ski, then you should go out and jet ski. I'll still be here if you need anything, right? Yeah, okay. Let's get a move on already. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 waved to his dad as he started walking out, and you followed. When you turned back to Mr. Holden before you went out the door, he was waving. Hi, Isabella, welcome, welcome. I know you're such a good boy. Bye, kids. You'll do great. Once again, as had become today's habit, you and 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 walked down the dock side by side. But this time, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 had a bounce back in his step. His smile was soft but radiant. Thanks for staying. Sorry for how long it took. Ah, well, you'd do the same for me. You had his back and he had yours. It's just how things were between the two of you. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 grinned at you, all grateful positivity and sunshine. The water lapped at the docks beneath your feet. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 looked down when a particularly strong wave crashed against it. It's weird to think about my parents' relationship. It's all that stuff I don't know because I wasn't there, or because I was just a kid, or because I didn't even exist yet. It feels really complicated. Relationships are complicated. You agreed with him. Connections to other people were as varied as there were waves in the ocean. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 nodded without elaboration. He looked out into the ocean wistfully for a moment before he shook it off.
It's nice.
I'm happy they were married, even if they didn't stay together in the end. Well, I'm happy that you're all peppy again. Peppy? That's right. If you say so. You asked about what he thought about marriage for himself now. You scared of it? What? Marriage. You know, because your parents' history. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 shook his head shyly. He didn't hesitate for a second. No, surprisingly, I don't have issues about the idea of getting married someday. You looked at him, not bothering to hide your intrigue. He chuckled self-consciously at the reaction he got. I mean, don't get me wrong. Trying to actually propose would be terrifying. I'm sure planning a whole wedding would be so hard, especially for me, but just the thought of having someone I loved that I was married to, I'd spend the rest of my life with, that doesn't scare me. What about you? Do you want to be officially married someday? I'd only get married if I found someone really special, I think. The only wedding you could picture was with the perfect partner, someone you loved dearly. You'd never get married just to be married. You're gonna get married if it was to be someone that you truly cherished. Oh. He quickly decided to change the subject after that admission. Alright, no more distractions. Let's go! It's time to jet ski! You laughed at him loudly. He only looked more determined. You were gonna jet ski! The two of you began to more quickly make your way across the boards. Despite your excitement, you were both careful. Neither of you wanted an accident, especially after what happened with 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓's first jet skiing trip. You finally got to the rental place. You were surprised at how easy the process was. It took no time at all for 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 to climb onto his jet ski with shaky legs. You rented your own jet ski. You'd spent this entire time wanting to jet ski and were thrilled to finally climb onto one. It was lime green with blue detailing, and the jet ski rocked slightly as you got on, bobbing with the waves. Oh, could you imagine, Xana? It's like, I know you're just recovering from the reality of your parents' divorce, but marry me, baby! None the fuck? You looked across to 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓. He sat motionlessly astride his jet ski, prepping himself to start it up. Even from your distance, you could tell his hands were clamped onto the handles too tightly. He was stiff and nervous. Go, Cove! You can do it! You cheered him on and clapped wildly. His body language relaxed slightly, and he turned his head to look at you.
Thanks.
Thanks! He inhaled slowly and started up the jet ski. It roared forward, and you were surprised you could hear him squeak over the sound of the engine. He stopped after a few seconds and breathed again. After he'd calmed down, he started it up once more. Only the most professional of flirts here. Coke sputtered and stalled with it for a while, going a little further out each time, and he grew more comfortable with the feel. He continued to struggle with the jet ski, but he refused to let that stop him. He kept going until he wrangled the machine into submission. Cove eventually reached the point where he only stopped the jet ski when he had something to say. He kept shouting things at you. This is amazing! Did you see that either? This is so great! You'd gotten your own jet ski going as well. You made sure to keep a safe distance. Cove watched what you did with enthusiasm. Nice turn! He zoomed forward and you could hear his bright laugh ring across the waves. You cheered for him again, whooping whenever he did something fun. You were nervous about jet skiing, but you weren't bad at it. Knowing that jet skis could be dangerous, you kept a healthy caution over the vehicle. It was tricky at the start. You drove in short bursts, since each time you made it go forward it seemed much too fast. You worried that you were going to fly off or the jet ski would flip over. However, it didn't seem to take you long to realise you had decent control over the vehicle. You grew more comfortable with the controls and let yourself relax a little. Eventually, the sun set and you had to pack up. Cove was thankfully still in one piece, no cars necessary. Welcome home! Aw, that sounds so cute, Savella, and also Lamau penis plushie. After everything was returned, Cove dug his phone out of his bag and texted his parents to let them know all about his triumph. An idea to take a photo to mark the occasion struck Cove, and he wanted you to join him in the selfie. You got into a silly pose. Cove snickered when you got into position. He hesitated for a moment before trying his own funny face. He showed you the picture and it made you smile. It'd be a nice memory. His phone vibrated only after a moment after texting it out. Mr. Holden and Kyra had likely been waiting the entire day to find out how this outing would go. And with the news of his success, both of Cove's parents sent back how proud they were of Cove for how far he'd come. Watching him grinning in the setting sun, after facing so many fears that day, you felt the same. Oh, that was cute and way more gut-wrenching than I expected. What the fuck? I just thought they'd just like goof around with the mirror, not like punch me in the emotional penis and then laugh as I rolled around on the floor crying like a little bitch. Well, which one should we do next? Well, yeah, we got hit with the big law. We got hit with like basically like Cove and his like parents actually legitimately talking about what happened with the divorce. It was very ouch. Yeah, you missed like the lore of Cove. And it's okay, I'll be posting this VOD up anyway. Ooh, let's see. Which one should we do next? Any of these jingle anyone's tingles? But hang, errands, late shift, talks, charity, boating, drive, and happiness. Oh, charity. Alright. Hey, he's in the orca shirt. Lad looks good in a V-neck. Cove pushed himself to his feet from where he'd been bent down in the sand, stretching out his back and groaning softly. A tired breath slipped past his lips as he wiped his brow, looking out over the shore. Looks great. You stood beside him, joining in the surveying of the sand that almost seemed to sparkle beneath the midnight sun. The two of you had been out on the beach since sunrise, cleaning up and down the beach looking for various debris, and the work had paid off. Using a hand to shield your eyes from the blinding rays, You glanced across the way where the other volunteers from 𝐿𝐶𝐫 were gathered. They were easily recognizable by the high-vis vests they wore. It looked as though everyone was about ready to wrap things up for the day. Oh, I'm exhausted. It's been a long day. Let's hope more people learn the joy of putting trash where it belongs. You nodded in agreement, reaching for your drink bottle and gulping down the cool water inside. Though you knew the work we were doing was for a good cause, being out in the heat all morning had been slowly draining your energy until you had next to nothing left. 𝐿𝐶𝐫 placed his hands on his hips, a pleased grin pulling at the corners of his mouth as he admired the work you'd both done. You'd begun to realise during your time volunteering for the organisation how seriously 𝐿𝐶𝐫 took his service. It was easy to see that it was something important to him. You enjoyed the work, but mostly wanted to have a good time. Being part of an organisation like 𝐿𝐶𝐫 meant you got to meet different people and go to all sorts of places you might not have had the chance to usually.
Not bad.
We did a nice job today. It's been a good year so far. It's crazy to think that it's already time to push the big event. You let out a big breath, thinking of the formal dinner that 𝐿𝐶𝐫 organised every year. Oh no, Battle, no! Fuck you, Internet! Being a completely fundraising focused event for large donors, it was crucial for the organisation's projects in the year to come. You had to be over 18 to attend, so this was your first opportunity to actually see it in person. All you'd heard about so far was that it was a prim and proper occasion with speeches and everything. You didn't know what else to expect from it as you weren't part of the group who planned the evening. Before the big night came around, the volunteers would have to sell the tickets for it, and that's where you'd be helping. I'm curious about the night. Might be fun. Never been to a professional type party? 𝐿𝐶𝐫 nodded, though he still seemed reluctant. I just don't feel excited about attending a super formal meal. Proper etiquette and stuff, you know? He threw his arms out to the side, making a bit of a show at how ridiculous it seemed to him. I've got sand all over my room and only one nice shirt, and I go barefoot pretty much everywhere I can. I'm really so out of place. He is such a himbo. Oh, come on. Doing something that fancy will make it fun. How often do we get a chance to dress up nice or eat an expensive meal? 𝐿𝐶𝐫 chuckled and shook his head at you in amusement. A small beeping noise came from 𝐿𝐶𝐫's pant pocket, and he pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Huh? It's the organisers. They've sent a text to the group. I guess time to call it a day here. Finally, let's move on. 𝐿𝐶𝐫 tucked his cell away eagerly, turning to you. Let's head over and drop the trash bags off at the trucks. Then we can drive back and join the ticket team. We've got to be there pretty soon to relieve them. With a stretch of shore this long, the plan was to switch places with the other team who'd been pushing the tickets to the fundraising dinner halfway through. It would be a full day of work, but it was 𝐿𝐶𝐫's largest event of the year, and all hands were on deck to make sure it was a success. You started pushing 𝐿𝐶𝐫 on the back to move forward. Time to go! He resisted, leaning his weight against your hands and digging his feet in the sand. With a burst of laughter, you pulled away quickly and he almost fell backwards into the sand.
Hey!
Hey! He joined in with the laughter while stumbling to catch himself. You collected the trash bags spread along the ways together, heading across the beach to hoist them into the trucks, before heading off to the next job. The drive back to your neighbourhood and making your way to the shopping street was fairly quick, though 𝐿𝐶𝐫 stressed a little about being late. Luckily, he was able to find a parking spot nice and close to where you needed to be. You jumped out of the car and quickly went towards where you knew the group would be. Finally, reaching the store that was set up to sell tickets, you stopped for a moment to catch your breath. That was quite the flurry of activity. It would be your job for the rest of the afternoon to help sell tickets for the fundraising dinner, and looking around the streets, you saw that there were plenty of potential buyers out today. That would hopefully help move the tickets along. The stall itself was simple, a portable table with a few plush sea animals as decorations, and a banner strung across the front. There were 2 volunteers who were already packing up and getting ready to head off to the beach. They gave both of you a friendly smile as you arrived. Hey, 𝐿𝐶𝐫, Either, how'd things go at the beach? It was good. Place is looking great. Oh, we're lucky to get it 2 of them when it comes to you guys. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮𝐞𝐫 cleared his throat awkwardly from beside you, and you notice his cheeks flushing pink. Come on, we're not that clingy with each other. You felt your own cheeks get hotter. You could tell they weren't trying to embarrass you on purpose, but you wish they hadn't said anything at all. The volunteers made room for you and 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 behind the table, while they circled around to the front of it. Thanks for coming in for a shift. We'd better make this sick and we can head off to the next place. No problem. What do you need us to do? You mumbled a reply, content to sit back and let 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 deal with the handover. One of the volunteers handed you a clipboard with all the details needed to sell tickets, while the others tossed a set of keys to 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮, which he caught with ease. Those for the money box and supply kit. Make sure to keep them on you at all times. Aside from handling the cash for the tickets, there's also a form on the clipboard for the guests to fill in their info. That way we know how many tickets we've sold, who will be attending the event. There's a small script beneath that if you get stuck for what to say, and that's about it. Pretty simple, huh? Yeah, I think we got this. Satisfied that you already knew what you were doing, the volunteers said their goodbyes and started walking away, leaving you and 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 to manage the stall alone. Hi Ruby, how are you? Welcome, welcome. The keys jingled in his hand as 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 waved them off, before he stuffed them into the pocket of his pants for safekeeping. We'll bring them a lot of money. We'll bring in a lot of money! Have fun at the beach! Once the volunteers were out of sight, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 dropped down into a chair behind the counter with a sigh. We made it here just in time. It's cool we traded places with nothing happening. I might have been late getting to cleanup duty. He leaned back in his seat, getting fully comfortable in the space, and gave you a small smile. You took the other seat. It was just a simple plastic chair that squeaked when you sat on it, but it gave you a good view of the street. We've got things under control. Look at how well we did with the beach cleanup. Sure, this will be a piece of cake. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 grinned wider, his gaze pleased as he smiled at you. I like the way you think. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 rummaged around the station a little, picking up a soft toy orca and holding it up in front of his face. You had to admit that it was pretty cute, with its big bulging eyes and oversized flippers. Settling it back down on top of the table, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 moved on to check the rest of the store, finding a cooler stashed beneath the table. When he pulled it out and opened the lid, you could see that it was filled with half-melted ice cubes and about half a dozen bottles of water. Grabbing one of the plastic bottles, he unscrewed the cap and took a long drink. You watched the condensation running along the sides and onto his fingers.
So?
Do you want one? 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 set his water on the side of the table before pulling out another, holding it out towards you. You accepted the water bottle. Thanks. After opening it up, you took a drink and let out a satisfied sigh. You hadn't realised how thirsty you'd been, and it was always good to stay hydrated. The two of you got settled in easily, and you took the chance to look over your paperwork on the clipboard. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 joined you, leaning over your shoulder to get a better look. Ah, yes, Ghosty. We all know you love the sunfish. It truly is a giant sea pancake, isn't it? Have some delicious nibbles, Ruby. Oh, you've got a sunfish plushie. That's cute. You have the sunfish. I know what to get you for your birthday. A sunfish plushie. You might look into a life-size one. Don't you want the plushie of your dreams? Alright, everybody, Ghosty wants a sunfish sonar. The two of you got settled in easily, and you took the chance to look at the paperwork on the clipboard. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 joins you, leaning over your shoulder to get a better look. Seems like pretty standard stuff, he muttered, and you nodded quietly. You have general info about the event and the work you need to do at the stall, as well as the amount of tickets sold thus far and the number remaining. When Ghosty says they hate it, it's okay, they're just being a tsundere. Don't worry, I know that your dream is to become a sunfish. It's okay, it's okay. Hugs and kisses. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 tapped a finger on the counter as he read quietly over the notes, muttering a few things now and then that you didn't fully hear. He seemed content to be there, and you were sure that the afternoon would pass by quickly. When he glanced out towards the crowd and made a small sound, you followed his line of sight to see that a potential supporter was on their way over to the booth. You psyched yourself up. This could be your first ticket sale of the day. You had to give it your all to make sure this event was a success. Hi, how are you doing today? Time passed as the two of you maintained the stall, and as people approached, your sales pitch would either have them asking for a ticket or two, or heading off and mumbling, maybe next time. All in all, you managed to sell a decent amount of tickets, and you could tell that 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 was happy with the outcome. As the afternoon drifted along, 6 PM arrived. Time to pack everything up and head home for the evening. Your work with Orca, however, was far from over, but right now there was only one thing left to focus on: attending the actual event. The days continue on in a normal flow, and before long, the night of the Orca fundraising dinner was upon you. It was early evening, and you were in your room getting ready as the minutes ticked closer and closer towards the time you needed to leave. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 was on the speakerphone. The two of you were chatting as you were getting ready, making sure to keep an eye on the time and not get carried away with the conversation. The event had strict guidelines, and you wouldn't be let in unless you were dressed to code. That meant having to find a truly professional outfit, but one that you were also happy with. You were happy to have the chance to dress fancily. There were a couple of outfits that didn't get nearly as much use as you'd like, and now was the time to show them off. You smiled as you picked your way through the items, your excitement shining bright. And at this rate, you're going to have a better time picking out your outfit than the party itself. But whatever you go with, it'll be great. I never thought I'd say the day when 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 would encourage me to wear something formal. A quiet chuckle came from your phone, and you smiled at the sound. Yeah, this is really a once-in-a-lifetime event. Taking a deep breath to refocus yourself, you looked over the options one last time. It was time to decide on an outfit, and quick. You chose a button-down shirt and pants. Yeah, that sounds like it'd totally be fine. I'm wearing the same type of thing. Standing in front of your mirror, you quietly assessed your outfit. You thought about adding an accessory or two. It needed a little something extra to finish it off. Rummaging through the rest of your wardrobe, you picked out what you needed to complete your outfit. A watch. Grabbing your watch from the bedside table, you fastened it around your wrist and quickly checked the time. It was almost time to go. A pair of earrings. You hurriedly put on a pair of earrings to match your outfit, aware that time was running short. An anklet. You had to quickly remove your shoes to slip on the anklet before stepping back into them again. What is it, Aston? What? Meow meow. What are you sucking?
Yes, hello, buddy. Yes, you're tall and cute. Yes, you are. Let's have some pets.
Astor was having a sook. He wanted some attention. I added purple skin, that's very fuzzy. Oh yeah, of course we wear the anklet. Are you kidding? We know his weakness. We will use it.
Yes, Astor was being chatty, weren't you? Weren't you, buddy?
that was everything. And with that, you were ready to go. Finally, you were dressed, and it all come together. Okay, just gotta change my shirt and then I'll be at the car. See you in a minute. You carefully headed down the stairs and into the living room, where your mums were waiting for your appearance. As you entered, they both stood from the couch and came over to you, smiling broadly. You look wonderful, Arthur.
Nice.
Very mature, too. Nice work, kid. They continued to coo and fuss over you until you managed to brush them off. Ma took Mum by the arm and held her close, and the two of them admiring you proudly. You enjoyed the attention. How do you like my outfit? Another round of praise began, and you smiled happily to yourself. It was nice to be so lauded. Ma came in to give you one last hug, and before you knew it, another pair of arms were wrapped around you, and a third. Both Mum and Liz giggled as they hugged you tight. Lyra, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. How you been? How was your stream? We are currently on the road to committing secrets. Don't worry, these women here, they're our family. We're raising the wonderful himbo cove. How was your stream? Ooh. We hope you have so much fun tonight.
Have fun.
We won't wait up for you. Stay out as long as you need. You're old enough now. With a last wave goodbye, you left your family and approached the front door. It was time. Stepping out into the night, you closed the door behind you gently and looked out across the street. Oh, he's cute, looking all dressed up. Look at him. Look, he's adorable. I want to pinch his cheeks. He picked a good shirt. We're going to a formal dinner, but like it's definitely not a date. It's a formal event that we just happen to be attending together in suits. It's slow burn dating game Riz, baby. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 was standing there in the street. His eyes met yours immediately, as if he'd been watching your house for the moment you'd come out. He smiled bashfully. Hey, Arthur. Hey, stranger. I barely recognize you. You took the chance to check over his outfit as he walked across the way to meet you. It was formal for sure, though it didn't feel overly posh. It made sense for him, and it was honestly a sight for sore eyes. He was always beautiful to you. He looked over you as well, a subtle blush creeping over his face as he quickly cleared his throat and averted his gaze. You... He seemed to be struggling to find something to say, rubbing at the exposed part of his arms awkwardly. Thank you for coming with me, and for dressing really nicely for this. Your outfit, it's good. Better than good, really. Great, I guess. Something else? So, yeah. His gaze traveled downwards to take in your full form, and he suddenly froze, his eyes widening on what you were sure was the tasteful anklet peeking out from above your shoes. We got him! Hi, Burn the 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 turned his very red face away from you, and you peered at him adoringly as he mumbled to himself. Oh my god. As you imagined, the choice of accessory had him fully flustered. You knew how he felt about them, and that he knew that you knew how he felt about him. The purposefulness of teasing him this way likely had an even bigger impact than even seeing you in the anklet. You started to wonder if it was a good idea after all. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 acting like that was killing you, and you hadn't even started the trip to the duck dinner yet. It took a great amount of effort to focus your thoughts and react to his overall assessment of your look. I say, you look so hot right now, you said flirtatiously. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 hung his bright red face in embarrassment after that. He wrapped his arms around his torso bashfully, as if trying to protect himself and the outfit from further teasing. Come on, Arthur. You laughed at the reaction. Then he shook his head, glanced back towards the garage, and throwing a thumb over his shoulder, spoke. Come on, We should probably get going. Wouldn't want to be late to such a grown-up event, right? Yeah, let's go. You headed over to 𝐿𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮𝐞𝐫 car together, hopping in and strapping on your seatbelts. You're on your way. The event was being held at a place you'd never been to before. You brought up the location on your phone to help 𝐿𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮𝐞𝐫 navigate there. It took some time to find the right address, and once you were there, you met with the task of finding a parking spot. Hi Zashi6! Thank you for the phone, I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Though you were on time, it seemed like everyone else had already showed up and claimed the spaces. Eventually, you found a suitable place, before realizing that it required payment. 𝐿𝐿𝐶𝐶 covered the amount, taking a ticket from the machine and leaving it on the dashboard of the car. Despite the small hold-up, you managed to ultimately make it to the event and confirm that you were on the guest list before being shown into the dining area. Hi Zashi, welcome, welcome. 𝐿𝐿𝐶𝐶 whistled low as he looked around, taking in the extravagance of the room. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the entire place was decked out with beautiful oceanic displays. You were stunned yourself. It was extremely high class, even more so than you'd already expected. Oh, so nice. You had to be impressed by the work that had gone into making everything look this lovely, and how everyone had dressed up in their best outfits for the night. Seeing 𝐿𝐶𝐶 smile as he took in the sights made you think that he must be feeling the same way. The sound of your names being called out echoed over the din of the room. When you looked around, you recognized a couple of the organization leaders looking your way. Hold on, give me a sec. So, what are you doing? Yeah, stay out of there. No. Yeah, you know you're being naughty. Yeah, don't just get in the box. Yeah, come here, troublemaker. Alright. I have now brought Aster over to sit in the lap, because when he's in the lap, he's not causing trouble. And for those lovely new folks who've joined, Aster is my troublemaking cat. Mwah. He's now being cradled and getting snuggles. You happy, buddy? You always act out when you want attention. The sound of your names being called out echoed over the din of the room, and when you looked around, you recognized a couple of the organization leaders looking your way. They approached you both in greeting, giving you a welcoming smile and a hello. 𝐿𝐿𝐶𝐶, we're glad to see you could make it, especially after all the hard work you've done to help make this night happen.
Of course.
Definitely. I wasn't gonna miss it. Oh, readjust my fluffy boy. There we go. There. Yeah, nice and comfy. You comfy, buddy? Forgive my model leaning to the side. I have a lap full of cat right now. And he's contently doing biscuits. And he's very happy, aren't you? You like 𝐿𝐶𝐶? Or are you just content you're finally being the one who's getting the attention paid to? Mwah. Oh. I wouldn't miss it either. This is our big night. Of course we had to see what we were working towards. Well, thank you for being part of the team. You're always welcome to help us out with activities whenever they come up. Thank you. 𝐿𝐶𝐶 shrugged, then eyes darting around the place with an awkward look.
So...
I guess we should talk to more people. There isn't much else to do at an event like this. You found your way into groups of people who were standing around chatting, while some light music played in the background. Servers with large silver trays were gliding between the guests, offering drinks and canapes. 𝐿𝐶𝐶 approached various people as you wound your way through the guests. You managed broaching new conversations well. You were enjoying talking to so many different people, both guests and members of the organization alike, and found yourself enjoying the company. The sound of a microphone cracking came from the podium at the other end of the room. Someone who you assumed must be the host for the evening was asking everyone to sit down in preparation for the meal and speeches. You and 𝐿𝐶𝐶 looked for your table, finding it easily enough by the little name cards that were placed delicately beside the napkins. A few others joined you at the table, though they weren't anyone that you recognized. The host was still speaking as people were settling, starting off with the speeches by giving a welcome to everyone attending. She went on to provide some more information about Orca, which you'd suppose for the guests who weren't part of the organisation, and the purpose of the fundraiser tonight. Orca's goals, as she explained it, were to aid in the conservation and restoration of oceans and beaches. There were many people who had helped to make the group as successful as it was. When she read off a list of several volunteers who worked on making the event happen, 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓's name was one of the first to come up. His chest puffed out in pride at that. Your name then came up a little further down the list. You were smiling from ear to ear at the mention. As she continued on to thank the large donors for the event, you checked over at 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓. He was still grinning happily to himself and tapping his fingers over the top of his knees, pretty pleased to have mentioned by name. You laughed quietly at his reaction. It was good to see all of his hard work paying off, but his giddiness was also funny. While the host continued speaking, multiple servers dressed in black were settling in the first course of the menu in front of the guests. Do you want to readjust your position, Esther? Or are you getting sick snuggles? Mwah. Alright, be free and be good. Alright? There we go. You all charged up? Full of love, or do you need to recharge some more? Alright. Aster has escaped the lap. He was enjoying some 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓 TV for a little bit. One of the servers set down a plate in front of you, and you thanked them quietly before looking over the dish with interest. You recognized the dish as a simple Caesar salad. The host quickly wrapped up the end of her speech, thanking everyone once more, before inviting you all to begin your meal. Anyone who had included a special dietary note when signing up for the event received a vegan or vegetarian version, and there are also small baskets of bread set around the table. You just ate some of the bread. 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓 wolfed down his salad before munching into a breadstick, quickly devouring that as well. Oh man, I hope the next part comes out soon and is bigger. You could hear him mumbling to himself as he reached over for another piece of bread. He glanced around the table and you followed his line of sight with curiosity, noting that everyone else was still eating the salad. Stopping his hand mid-air, he quickly pulled back and rested it on his lap without taking another breadstick after all. It was clear he was starting to feel unsure of himself, and he looked a little out of place here. He folded his arms and turned away from them to you. You didn't like the salad? Saving room for the main course. I get it. His gaze remained purposely tunneled on you, as if he was trying not to even think about what the rest of the table might be doing. You picked up a breadstick and gave it to 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓. It's okay. Oh, thank you. 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓 spoke gently as he took the bread from your hand, looking choked up by your reassurance. He munched away on it happily, seeming much more at ease. It wasn't much longer until the main course was arriving, and the various chicken, steak, and veggie dishes were being served throughout the room. An array of scents wafted through the room, making your mouth water. You had chosen the steak. It was nice that you'd been given the option of how you liked your steak cooked, and the meal on the plate in front of you seemed perfectly to your taste. 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓 had gone for the steak, and once he started to dig in, he was completely absorbed by his meal. You're gonna choke if you keep inhaling your food like that. He retorted without even looking up from his dish. Most people here can do CPR, so it'll be fine. Nom 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 nom. You shook your head in amusement as he continued fervently eating at the same pace. Dinner eventually ended, and last of all was dessert, a lemon sorbet that had been partially dyed blue. A mix of white with bold streaks of the blue made the little scoop look like a bowl of roaring ocean waves. The effect was very pretty, but the serving size was small. Perhaps it was a price to pay for the artistry. You turned to 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓 to find him pouting a little at the size of it. Digging into the dessert, it took him only a few bites to follow his shit off. Again, the other people around the table had barely even begun eating. An unimpressed air settled over him as he settled back in his chair, sipping at his water unhappily. We can get more dessert later. You gave him an encouraging smile. He looked up at you sheepishly, embarrassed to have been caught sulking over such a thing. He fumbled for a defense. It was just really good, that's all. Now it's gone. But I'm okay. With a slight grin, he shrugged to show that he was really fine. Should I like a bite of mine? You scooped up a spoonful of your 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮𝐞𝐫 and offered it to him, holding a hand beneath it to avoid any drips. His eyes widened as he eyed the dessert hungrily, surprised by the offer. Recovering quickly, he leaned forward over the table, lifting out of the chair a little as he ate the treat from your spoon. As he sat back humming happily with his mouth full, you couldn't help but smile at the sight. 𝐄𝐫 swallowed the faux ocean and let out a satisfied sigh. Even though it wasn't that much more, the simple fact that he hadn't gotten more hit the spot.
Thanks.
Thanks, Arthur. You're welcome. You were pleased to see he was perkier, and you went back to eating the rest of your dessert. Another person from Orca got up on stage to make a speech as everyone else was nearing the end of their meal. They spoke mostly about the individual projects that the organisation was working on and their plans for the near future, as well as encouraging anyone who was interested to consider volunteering. 𝐄𝐫 bent forward over the table with his chin balanced on a hand, listening attentively to the words. And then they came to a conclusion and everyone gave them a round of applause. 𝐄𝐫 caught your eye and smiled. You wonder what would happen now. And then the lights dimmed. A couple of spotlights came on, projecting a water light effect around the room. The guests gushed over the ambience, and you looked around with wide eyes at the ripples on the walls. The DJ that had previously been playing some soft mood music in the background announced that the floor was open for dancing, slowly turning the volume up so it drifted through the space. When you glanced at 𝐄𝐫, his eyebrows had shot up and he mumbled quietly, I didn't know there'd be dancing. I guess it makes sense now that I think about it. He gave an awkward laugh as you both watched as people rose from their seats. It was clear now that many of the donors were couples. A small crowd had started to form on the dance floor, and the DJ played a romantic song to get everyone started off. 𝐄𝐫 let his gaze float over the small sea of guests, and he seemed lost in thought. A serious expression had settled on his face, making his eyebrows dip. Slowly, he turned to you, though there was something cautious in his approach.
Well,
Do you... I mean... Would you want to dance with me? No! Game over! I'd love to. His face lit up. You could tell even beneath the dim light. He nodded firmly as he rose from his seat, though you noticed his hands shaking at his sides. You walked out onto the floor together, hesitating a little when you turned and stood face to face. 𝐄𝐫 had a hard time meeting your eyes, but he lifted a hand for you to take, unsure of what else he was meant to do. Taking his hand, you took the lead and whispered to him, We'll be fine. It took some doing, but amidst your nervous laughter, you managed to find a comfortable enough position and set a rhythm to the music. It was quite nice after that. And every time your eyes met 𝐄𝐫's, he would look away quickly, but he seemed to be enjoying the dance nonetheless. Eventually, he felt comfortable enough to speak. A lot has happened, huh? You nodded faintly. You weren't sure if he meant just today, this summer, or your entire time knowing each other. But it didn't really matter. It was true either way. Thinking back on the years that you and 𝐄𝐫 had been neighbours, it was difficult to even try to reflect on it all at once.
I'm so glad.
I'm glad we ended up here. He gave you a soft look and you beamed, knowing that you could also mean many things. But from his tone, you were certain that he didn't only mean here at this event. It was more than that. There's no one else I'd rather be. The party eventually started to wind down, and at last it came to an end. When the main lights turned on, you blinked against the brightness of them, making sure you still had 𝐄𝐫 in your sights. One final speaker came up to the podium on the stage, thanking all the guests for coming and wishing everyone a good night. It was bittersweet to see it come to a close. Your time with 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 here was precious. At least the memories could be brought with you. Giving the space one more look, you walked together with 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 out to the parking lot. The other guests were doing the same, so you got stuck in a bit of a crowd. Though 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 was so tall you could always see him, it was easy enough not to get separated. The parking lot itself was quite big, and even more noticeable now with a few cars blocking the view. It took a little while to actually locate 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓's car across its expanse. Eventually, you found it, and the two of you bundled inside the vehicle and buckled up. The trip home was quiet as you both silently reflected back on the experience. The event had been the biggest night of the year for Orca, and now it was all over. Just like that. Outside your window, the surroundings soon became familiar, and you found yourself back in your neighborhood. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 pulled the car into his driveway and put it in park before letting out a relieved breath. Home sweet home. Yeah. After climbing out of the car, you walked slowly down the road to the road, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 coming to stand beside you. You stopped in the middle of the street, right between your house and his, and turned to him, finding him in the process of opening his mouth to speak. Strangely, he clamped his lips together, as though he'd suddenly thought better of it. Thank you for taking me tonight. Thanks for coming with me. You stepped in for a hug. You went forward and wrapped your arms around him, and he returned the gesture, squeezing tight. Night, either. With a last wispy smile, he left towards his front door, figuring you shouldn't linger in the street for much longer, crossed the remainder of the road and did the same. When you reached your house, you pulled out your keys and stuck them in the door, trying your best to be silent about it. Opening the door a crack, you turned back and looked at 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 from over your shoulder. Your eyebrows lifted up in surprise to see that he was doing the same, holding his front door open, but waiting for you to go inside before he did. You shared an amused smile before you both stepped into your own houses, locking the doors behind you. It was quite late, so everyone else was already asleep. As quiet as a mouse, you tiptoed up to your bedroom and changed out of your formal clothes into your pajamas. And now that you were finally home, you were exhausted. You brushed your teeth, got ready for bed in the darkness, before crawling under the covers and letting out a heavy breath. It was still strange to think about how that was. That was it. The build-up to the event, it felt like so much, and that was completely behind you. Your mind was busy with rapid yet muddled thoughts as you faded closer and closer to sleep. So consciousness crept up in you. You felt more content. It was a big deal, but there would be more in the future. You could accept what it had been. You could dream about what you'd get to experience next. And then you were taken away from dreams right back into reality by a sound. Your eyebrows pinched together, fully unprepared to be part of the waking world again. The day was over and had been an eventful one. But you heard another noise. It was a tapping. Your eyes flew open. The window, there was a tapping that came from your window. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 Holden. You rushed over to him. You tumbled out of bed, taking your blanket with you. You left it on the floor when you scampered over to the window. You saw through the glass that 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓's eyebrows were raised, and you suddenly realized in your rush you hadn't taken care to be quiet. He probably heard you crash to the floor. But that wasn't the matter at the hand. You flung open your window and faced him completely, with nothing separating the two of you any longer. You had not been surprised to find 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 awkwardly crouched on your window ledge. However, you were taken aback to see that he was a little overdressed. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 hadn't changed out of his formal clothes. You also noticed that he was perched clumsily. You didn't know if it was because he was trying to keep his fancy clothes clean or if he felt weird about something. His body was too stiff and awkward. Even given that 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 was normally all thumbs, he looked off balance, significantly more than usual. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 smiled sheepishly. Hi, either. That's nice to see you, Romeo. You moved aside and let him climb inside. He cautiously stepped down by stretching his legs over. But strangely, he didn't use his hands for support. was clear to you now, he was holding something. When he was safely on his feet, he briefly checked out his clothes, twisting around to see the back of his pants. He caught you looking and shrugged.
I mean,
I did go home after the event, but I knew I wasn't going to be able to settle down, so I just walked back out. I needed fresh air and time away from everything. He paused for a moment and raised his clasped hands together where you could see them. But then something happened, and well, so I have something I want to show you. 𝐄𝐕 grinned like a child and gently unfurled his fingers, not being able to keep you in his suspense for even a minute. Carefully sitting inside was a tiny yellow light. It blinked off, then on again. A firefly. Delicately, he moved his hand closer so you could see the creature better. They're back. He closed his eyes, his smile now faintly illuminated by his insect companion. Honestly, I didn't think I'd get to see them this year. I don't know why. Just, they're kind of late. And I guess I've been worrying about a lot of stuff lately. You could tell that the firefly genuinely lifted his spirits. He seemed at peace, and he wanted to share that with you. The fact that his first thought after discovering the fireflies was to come over and celebrate the joy with you made you suddenly feel very cherished. 𝐄𝐕 opened his eyes, but he looked away, not meeting yours.
it's nice.
It's really nice, I think. Even if the fireflies disappear for a while, it doesn't mean they're really gone. They'll come back. I can see them again. You smiled. And then you looked at the firefly keenly. There was definitely something poetic about them. And you felt a warmth in your heart. 𝐄𝐕 looked at your face, his smile now fragile. It made me think about the two of us. We're together, and then we say goodbye, and then we're together again. Day after day, year after year, and you know, even after our time apart gets longer, that doesn't make it forever. Either I'll always be there, whenever you want to see me. Should we? Aww. Fuck it, let's do this. You wanted to be with him. There was nothing else you wanted then, and he needed to know. Your heart started to pound. The harsh beat drowned out all the other sounds. You stared at him with a firm gaze. You both had known each other for so long. You were such good friends. You cared about each other so much. And although your feelings had changed, it didn't mean they hadn't grown from a strong foundation. It was hard to take the step to become something else. This was it. You weren't going to keep your feelings to yourself any longer. 𝐄𝐕's expression shifted into something concerned. His brows were furrowed as he waited for your response. There was something fragile there. Unsure. You kissed him. You took a step towards him, intent and electrified with purpose. He raised his eyebrows. You held his face. You carefully reached up and placed your hand over 𝐄𝐕's face. He felt soft underneath your fingertips. With wide eyes, he lifted his own hands. The firefly caught up onto the end of his finger and flew off somewhere into the night. But neither of you watched the little light disappear. All of your attention was on each other. 𝐄𝐕 cradled your face with gentle hands. He smiled at you, and even in the dark, you caught a glimpse of a deep blush over his cheeks. He stared down at you, and you stood up as tall as you could manage as you gently guided his face lower. His mouth fell open when he realized where this was going, but he quickly shut it back up. Cove. A heavy pant escaped him at that time. It was time. And you kissed him. Cove remained frozen for a moment, but he kissed you in return almost urgently. You weren't expecting such fervor from someone as hesitant as Cove. To him, if he didn't do it now, if he didn't take this chance, it was as though you'd slip away from him forever. It was wonderful. You felt a rush when you realized Cove wanted to kiss you just as badly as you wanted him. You smiled into the touch. Joy was bursting out of you, your chest was warm with it, your face was on fire. You knew this was right. Unfortunately, you had to break away eventually, and Cove took in a deep inhale. All of his attention was on you. You felt goosebumps on his skin. The little hairs on the back of his neck rose, and his breathing sped up. You weren't sure if you could feel his rapid pulse or if it was just your own thundering heartbeat. He took a staggered step back and sucked in another deliberately long breath. One hand went to his chest while another interlaced his fingers with yours. His hand was coated in sweat. His nerves were getting to him.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Oh my god! You gave him the space he desperately needed to recover from that short circuit. Eventually, his gaze dropped to the ground and his grip on you clenched nervously. Thank you for that. Should I say thank you? Are we together now? Do you want to be together? Because if you do, I'd say yes. Cove shook his head, newly stunned, but it was only with amazement. What happened was shocking to Cove, but he absolutely wanted to hold on to this new thing between you. He resented himself, looking into your gold eyes. Heather, if I can, I'd like to be your boyfriend. I'd like it a lot. I can't think of anything I'd like more. His lips quirked into a shy smile as he let out a laugh so airy it was nearly a cough. Good, because I want to be your boyfriend. Huh. You beamed at him. You grinned so widely that you knew if you kept it up, your cheeks were going to hurt. There was such a joy radiating from your chest, infecting your smile. You couldn't stop if you wanted to. When you looked into Cove's face again, his smile was sparkling bright, much more so than the firefly he had brought you. His eyes prickled with tears and he sniffled, but you could recognize equal joy taking over him. You were both happy. Together. You were together and happy. You wiped away his tears. You carefully brushed aside the tiny water drops with your thumb, and Cove bashfully leaned into your caress. He ducked his head with a childish giddiness and peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. Thanks for waiting for me. It was agonizing. Hi there. We're gonna have to tell everyone about this, aren't we? Your moms, my parents, Liz, Terry, Miranda, everyone. I don't think they'll be surprised. He smiled at you with an unabashed preciousness. You figured that, even without your history, if anyone caught Cove looking at you like that, it'd be obvious exactly how he felt. His openness of character had some truly delightful benefits. You must have been making an expression equally as affectionate because he began to fluster again. He made some stuttering chuckles and then quieted down, his mouth forcefully staying closed. You both took a moment to process. After 10 years of being together, you're officially a couple now. Cove looked into your eyes with a soft, slightly shy expression. There was hope in his smile. Do you want to go to the hill with me? I bet there's still fireflies. Yeah. Cove brightened. He was practically bouncing at the thought of a secret excursion before he suddenly became bashful.
So,
So, how should we leave? We could just try the door, but we don't have to do the window thing, but maybe that would bother your family. You both chuckled at how awkward it would be for your moms, or worse, Liz, saw you going on a midnight firefly catching trip. Whew, you'd be sure to avoid that. You can leave from your window. Let's go through the window. Cove nodded in understanding. You grabbed some shoes and readied yourself for an adventure. You were glad that there was no way you'd run into another soul outside. Cove would be way overdressed and you were still in your jammies. You let Cove go first. He stepped back onto the ledge as you carefully followed. He shuffled along and soon you reached the garage. You planned to use the fence from there to reach the ground. Cove shakily climbed down to the fence and held it tightly with a death grip. He hesitated for a moment and then he let himself fall to the ground. He leaned against the fence and projected hushed words up to where you were waiting.
are you okay?
Do you want help? You nodded yes. You got to the edge and let Cove spot your descent. He grabbed you about halfway down and brought you to rest firmly on the ground. Cove gave you an encouraging smile, but neither of you risked speaking yet. You briskly snuck behind the house and up to the old white poppy hill. And Cove was right. The entire hill was lit up, insects twinkling here and there with their pale yellow light. Cove let out a contented sigh, finally able to relax and fall. You strode further up the hill to better enjoy the view, and you walked along as well, letting yourself be surrounded by the twinkling display. Then, without warning, Cove plopped onto his back. He paid no mind to smacking his formal attire in the grass. He put an arm under his head and stretched out the rest of his limbs. He was clearly getting quite comfortable in the dirt there. You laid down in the grass. You sat down first, then fell back. You could see the stars where you looked up in the night sky. Then you snuggled against Cove. He was warm in contrast to the chilly ground. Cove cuddled closer in turns, tucking his arms up near your shoulders. I wonder if Dad would be mad about the grass stains. He tugged at the collar of his shirt. He didn't sound concerned, just idly curious. At least they're dark. If you're lucky, he won't be able to tell. His smile bent a little and it went silent between you. The only sounds were the rustling of bugs in the breeze and the faraway crashes of waves on the sea. You couldn't help but reflect on what happened only a brief time earlier. Between this and your room, it's almost felt like a different world. Is this even real? What happened between you two? You could almost be convinced it wasn't, and that you never actually stopped dreaming. You stole a glance at Cove. He caught you and blushed. A little reddening reassured you. Cove remembered the same as you. What you had was real. You asked Cove to dance with you. Cove Holden, may I have this dance? Cove stared at you in shock at the invitation. Understandably, he had not expected that. He felt obligated to try and stay more. I'd just like to. Cove's eyebrows sprinkled and he smiled softly. Okay. You got up and brushed off your clothes as best you could. A pesky blade of grass tried to stay stuck to your leg. Cove did likewise, wiping his hands on his pants to clean them off. You faced across at each other, and suddenly the prospect of what you were doing became more real. Cove hesitated a moment as you both tried to decide what move to make now. He smiled as he wrapped one arm around your waist and the other across your back. He pulled you closer, near enough that your bodies were touching. Then you began to sway together amid the floating lights. Despite the lack of music, you found a rhythm to your movements. Back and forth, step to the side and slide. It was relaxing and freeing. Your eyes never strayed from one another. For a time, you just existed in the moment, holding each other close and enjoying being together. The hour grew late and the fireflies mostly dispersed, until only a few stragglers remained. Then even they blinked out of sight, leaving you alone with Cove and your thoughts. Cove stole a second to release the words that had been filling his head during the quiet.
I'm so glad.
I'm so glad I get to be with you. You felt a great deal of happiness. Cove's expression was completely open and honest and full of sincerity. He meant every word. No matter how much it didn't seem real yet, it was. It felt as this night had never end, and you knew it would have to all too soon, but you were only grateful to have been a part of it. These were moments to truly treasure. Never let yourself forget them. Fuck, I wasn't expecting the ship to sail on the charity button. Screaming, crying, oh my god. That was so romantic, motherfucker. I was like incomprehensible levels of riz. The charity that keeps on giving. Oh my lord. Alright. I'm going to save it here. Absolutely. And since our OTP officially connected, let's end the summer. I want to see if we're gonna get that happy ending, come on. Unless there's another phase I don't know about. We got the boy! Yes, and we've saved it so we can come back and play it again at a later point if we want to. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room. A siren call in the slowly darkening sky. And just as the day was coming to an end, so too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay over for a short trip before her own new journey began. She'd officially been accepted to her first choice college a few weeks ago. This was her last chance to see you all in person before. You flicked through the plans for the next few months, realizing that you didn't even know when you'd next have the opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Holdens were tagging along too. Oh yeah, I've saved it so that at every single live stage, technically we can come back and replay it if we want to do. You were going to the Chinese restaurant. It was somewhere your family had always enjoyed going ever since you and Liz were tiny. That long-standing connection made it a fitting location for a final meeting out before Liz and Lee set off again. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling, and you were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. While idly gazing at your room, you spotted a small cluster of unopened envelopes. They must have been left to you by a parent earlier. You headed over to the table to flick through anything of interest. As a child, any correspondence felt exciting due to its rarity. You recognise now that most of it was mundane, and you were checking any mail you got more regularly as of late. But there was something you were expecting. You stopped at a crisp white envelope. The logo proudly proclaimed to sender a school you'd applied to. You took a deep breath and read it. The next step would take nerve. You closed your eyes as you breathed deep, the air slipping through your lips as you opened your eyes once more. You pulled apart the glued flap at the front of the envelope and extracted the letter. Your eyes darted over the message, rushing past the pleasantries to get to the heart of the matter. The blood pumping in your ears deafened you to the world outside is the worst. Contained within these letters, your heart skidded to a halt as you read your verdict. You'd been accepted! You were ecstatic. Bouncing on the balls of your feet, you pressed the letter to your chest as your excitement bubbled over. You wanted Cove to be the first to know. Wasting no time, you pulled up his number on your phone and rang your boyfriend. You pressed your phone to your ear, waiting impatiently for the dull ringing to be replaced with 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓's voice. It took a few rings, but you were in luck. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓 picked up the call. Hi, Aether. You blurted out your news without the customary preamble of a greeting. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓, I got in! I'm going to college!
Seriously?
What? You heard him gasp before continuing, openly gushing over your good fortune. That's amazing! Oh, it's incredible! You did it! Congratulations, Aether! There was another pause as you and 𝐄𝐍𝐕 both marveled over the announcement. No, seriously, this is really, really big! You deserve it so much. I know it'll be good for you. Thanks, I just had to tell you right away as soon as I knew. You heard 𝐄𝐍𝐕 chuckle softly over the phone. Thanks, I appreciate it. You wanted to gush about the adventure lined up before you, a dream that you transformed into a plan, one that was soon to become a reality. But your hopes were temporarily dashed as your mum called up from downstairs.
Hey.
It's almost time to go. Aether, you ready? Hi, Miss Spanda. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. This is either the epilogue or it's going to lead into the epilogue. Oh. You covered your phone with your free hand and turned away from the device, not wanting to deafen 𝐄𝐍𝐕. The yell was intended to reach another floor of your house, not an ear that was virtually inches away. Coming! You brought your mouth back to the phone. I've got to go. I'll see you soon.
I mean,
Yeah, there's something I want to tell you too, but we can wait to do that later. We're about to have dinner together. That piqued your curiosity, but you exchanged goodbyes and hung up. Hurriedly, you finished getting ready for the dinner, acutely aware that the time was against you. Despite that, you didn't regret the time you'd spent on the phone. It all been worth it to speak to 𝐄𝐍𝐕. You make an announcement for everyone else at dinner. You tried your best to finish getting yourself ready for the dinner ahead. It was a strain. Your mind had only been half on the task before, and now with the news fresh in your mind, it was a struggle to concentrate on anything else. You kept having to recall your thoughts away from the future and back to the present. Time was against you. Mum soon called you downstairs and it was time to go. You had to check the time, surely you had 10 or at least 5 minutes left, and you were wrong. You tore down the stairs, attempting to juggle your composure amongst the hurry and excitement. Your mums, who turned to greet you as you arrived, swapped silent, knowing looks. They couldn't possibly have figured out what happened, or so you'd hoped. As your mums, they were pretty good at telling things without being told. You watched them, hunting for any further signs that they were on the case, but none came. For now, it didn't seem like they knew what was happening. Not exactly, at least, but things were definitely happening. Even if they didn't know for sure what you were cooking up, they could smell something in the air. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your mums, sitting in the front, were fine. You, Liz and Lee were squished into the back, Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. But Mum was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up to near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, with much less coordination required to release the seatbelts and to secure them. You gave Lee a hand as you clambered out from the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perched comfortably in your chair, your head aloft as if buoyed by today's good fortune. Your family settled down around you, all cheerful and looking forward to the event ahead. Your drinks order had been taken when the Holdens came through the door. They were pointed in your direction, though with Mum waving an arm in the air was hardly necessary. 𝐄𝐍𝐕 and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, 𝐄𝐍𝐕 took a seat opposite to you. You'd been left empty by an unspoken acknowledgement that you and 𝐄𝐍𝐕 would be wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him.
Hi.
It's great to see you! Glad you could make it. Hello, everyone. Oh, you wouldn't believe how hungry I am.
I see.
You came to the right place then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mum's sense of humour. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mum would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed out over the years, but she still made a show of despairing at Mum's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed around, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here before and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay,
So, I've got some good news. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓's making a trip out here tomorrow. 𝐄𝐍𝐕 nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
That's great! Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful.
It's a shame.
Ah, if only we'd known. Here we are, having a big meal without her. If we'd waited only a day, she could have joined us. Mum patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs, and back to the evening that was going so well. Chin up. We and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mum's hand in hers. Ah, that's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon. Right! And speaking of, that's not all we've got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled towards his son. He barely let a beat go by before nudging 𝐄𝐍𝐕 with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. 𝐄𝐍𝐕 shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke. Well, it's just... I've switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping over his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments? He was moving. 𝐄𝐍𝐕 was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years. He wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. Mr. Holden gripped one of 𝐄𝐍𝐕's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible! 𝐄𝐍𝐕's actually going to make it into adulthood! Oh, it's a miracle! Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in a mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I lucked out and got the best boy a dad could have asked for. Dad. 𝐄𝐍𝐕 blinked his feeling with his hands on the sides of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy.
Thanks.
Thanks. I was really lucky too. You're a good dad.
Aw.
Aw, come here! Mr. Holden threw an arm around 𝐄𝐍𝐕's neck, pulling him in as close as a hug as the seating allowed. He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head, while 𝐄𝐍𝐕 chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. You tapped on your glass with a fork, something that you'd seen done in movies when people wanted attention. It didn't make quite the same noise, possibly because your glass was a tumbler and not a champagne flute, but everyone looked in your direction anyway. I've got something to announce too. Of course!
Yeah.
Lay it on us. I got my acceptance letter today. I'll be going to college soon.
You're fantastic.
Nice, Arthur.
Good job.
That's wonderful, sweetie. Ma roped you into a hug, her arms quicker than any lasso. You were thankful that you sat next to her. If not, you didn't doubt that she would have dined over the table to reach you in her excitement. Hey, let me on in a hug. Your mums pincered you in a hug, leaning across their chairs to squeeze you in tandem. Liz beamed at you from across the table. Good job, Arthur. Lee didn't hide her excitement, clapping her hands in open delight. It's amazing! You're gonna be amazing. Mr. Holden gave you a thumbs up.
Good.
Impressive! You're a good kid. The world's your oyster. 𝐄𝐍𝐕 grinned at you from across the table. He was still very pleased for you despite this not being the first time he said about it. You looked around at the faces of the company here. You've been on this journey with everyone here for years, seen them falter and glow, and they watched you go through the same. Now you're striking out on a new path. 𝐄𝐍𝐕 was leaving his family home. Liz was heading back to college, while Lee was starting in hers. You're all heading in different directions, to different destinations, some near and some far, but it wouldn't be long before you're all going on your own way. Your heart swelled with pride for everyone. You held your head aloft as you looked forward, literally and metaphorically. It was amazing how far you'd all come. You were sure that you would face each day that came head on, knowing that you had people who cared about you backing you up, even if it was from a distance. You couldn't wait to see what happened next. 𝐄𝐫 brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while waiting for the food and everything.
Sure.
Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness to his expression faded when he moved to face you. Wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something on his mind. Something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You watched him with concern as you rose from your seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care. With those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible without actually exiting the building. What do you need to say? He hadn't admitted what this was about, but he didn't need to. 𝐄𝐫 started pulling on the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward movement. Well, I wanted to talk to you one-on-one about all this. You know, my work, moving. That's what I meant when we talked before dinner. I mean, it was coming for 4, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting. 𝐄𝐫 stopped picking at his shirt, and he seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. I'm glad you think so. But then he looked down and his brows furrowed. You saw his hand shift away from his clothes instead to rub at his arm. Are you looking forward to it? I am.
I mean,
Oh, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further and you saw his face start to redden. It's scary. I don't want things to end. Come on. So you're saying you're going to dress up as the future for Halloween? It's a little conceptual, sure, but you could probably make it work. Definitely not. I feel bad going around as something that terrifying. The mood felt a little better, though it didn't last. 𝐄𝐫 then turned his head away and wrapped his arms around himself. You felt a sudden chill that definitely wasn't caused by the air conditioner. I was just thinking, are we really gonna stay a couple? His words came out hesitantly. He didn't want to ask this, and he didn't want to know.
That's...
I'm not just talking about today, but forever, always. Even if things change later, right now, do you feel we can make it? Or do you think we can't last? That one day we'll have to move on? You got mad at emphasis. That looks like the shit response. You kept calm. You understood his concern. It was definitely hard to imagine what would happen. However, you didn't let yourself get upset. I'm yours as long as you want me. You looked at 𝐄𝐫, who seemed utterly touched. You had a feeling that he couldn't imagine not wanting you. 𝐄𝐫 laughed with a delicate smile on his face. Okay, you win. I wanted to prepare myself for the horrifying unknown, but you're kind of giving me no choice but to be optimistic here. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Strong armor. Oh no, I can't believe you're being forced to have hope about life. His lips twitched up at your sarcasm.
Right?
I know, how am I going to get past this? He gave a small smile and then stopped joking around. Thanks for listening to me, Arthur. It helped. You felt pleased that his anxiety had eased after talking it out. I think it's time to rejoin the party. You feel like heading back?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot what we're doing here. Probably be good. With matching smiles, you both reclaimed your seats at the table. Both of you felt lighter and it showed. You seem happy. What was that? Yeah, it looked like you were having quite the conversation over there. It's neighbor stuff, sorry. I used to be your neighbor. He waved off their questions and you didn't offer any explanations. They still seemed curious, but caught that 𝐄𝐫 wanted it to stay between the two of you and let it drop. Things relaxed and you took a sip of your drink. Lee idly tapped the table and got your attention. I'm so excited to try this place! I haven't been here in so long. I hope it's as good as I remember. All the restaurants in the area are pretty much top-notch in my humble opinion. We'll see. It was a challenge issued. Liz carried herself like some sort of professional food critic, and Mum snorted. Tough crowd, jeez, Liz. Ma giggled and chimed in as well, much to Liz's embarrassment. That's right, Lizzie, jeez. Oh, jeez, Louise. Jeez. Liz put a hand over her eyes in mock offense.
Rude.
I hardly say jeez anymore. 𝐿𝐕𝐓 smirked and turned to your sister. You leaned forward in your seat. Huh. Jeez. Everyone burst out laughing. Besides Liz, of course. She smirked. No one could ever accuse your family of being no fun. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot, saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent some more time together. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in the blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled up your covers under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. And as your head sank into your pillow and you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that had happened that day. You could see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of 𝐿𝐕𝐓 popped into your head and you smiled softly to yourself. You wanted to sneak out to his room. If 𝐿𝐕𝐓 could do it, then you didn't see why you shouldn't be allowed to. Yeah, you made up your mind. As quietly as you could manage, you put on your shoes and slipped out of your room, closing the door behind you softly. Heading slowly down, you took care not to make the floor creak, especially the boards right by the bathroom. Those definitely squeaked. The stillness of the night made even the slightest sound seem so much louder to your ears, and you were very aware of your mum sleeping nearby. Upon reaching the bottom, you tiptoed towards the front door. Slipping out into the crisp night air, you shut the door and took a relieving breath. Excitement rising, you dashed across the street towards 𝐿𝐕𝐓's house. The road was too surreal at this hour, familiar and yet strange. It might have been eerie at another time, but with how eager you were, you hardly cared. You attempted to find your way from the normal footpath to the side of the condo. The limited light was making it difficult. You knew for sure which window was 𝐿𝐕𝐓's, and lucky for you, it was on the first floor. Unlike 𝐿𝐕𝐓, you wouldn't have to do any building scaling. All you needed to do now was make it safely over the fence and past the bushes without getting caught. Or injured. Sneaking closer, you glanced over the hedges towards 𝐿𝐕𝐓's bedroom window, finding it cracked open. Perfect. You wouldn't have to knock and worry about him not answering. Hoisting yourself up with ease, you cleared the fence and avoided the shrubs, and darted over to the window. You buzzed with a nervous excitement as you approached it in the dark, having successfully made it all the way here unseen. Lifting the window up so it was fully open, you pushed yourself halfway through, your legs dangling into the underbrush below. A little awkward, as a small shelf was right in the way. You had to take care not to knock over a couple of plants, but you made it through with minimal noise. Once safely inside, you dusted yourself up and turned back to close the window gently, with only the soft glow of moonlight and 𝐿𝐕𝐓's fish tank there to see the way. Then, straining your eyes through the dark, you crept towards 𝐿𝐕𝐓's bed, barely making out the sleeping figure beneath the covers. By the sounds of his soft breathing, you could tell he hadn't heard you come in, and a small smile tugged at your lips. You whispered his name. Holding these nuts, eh? 𝐿𝐕𝐓. You figured he must be in a deep sleep as he continued snoozing away. Positioning your lips right beside his ear, you tried again. 𝐿𝐕𝐓, wake up! This time he sleepily blinked his eyes and mumbled something incoherent beneath his breath. Hey, I wanted to come over. Is that alright? He let out a yawn and rolled towards you, waking up just enough to understand the question, not the full context. A faint smile appeared on his face. What? Yeah, I want you to be here. You snickered quietly to yourself as you sat there. He could figure it out on his own, and after a few more seconds, he did. Wait, either? Yes? Did you need something? He shuffled under the covers and sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
What? Why are you in my room? What happened? A smile slipped onto your face as he finally registered your presence for real. You pulled him in for a kiss. Clutching the front of his shirt, you gently pulled him towards you and met his lips with your own. He kissed you back softly, before pulling back too quickly, looking a little flustered. Was that the whole reason? He hesitated before whispering the next part embarrassedly. To kiss me? That's not the only reason. He gave a small sigh and held a great deal of affection. Oh, I should have known you'd do this one of these days. It's only fair. You let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. I thought maybe this enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and leaving a spot for you beside him. His hands shook when he held him in his lap. He was nervous. You sat beside him happily, waiting for him to speak first. You can stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. Can I stay the whole night?
Of course.
Of course. You smiled, feeling relieved that he'd agreed, and he grinned back. You could always count on him. I've secretly slept over in your room before. It's only fair you get to do it too. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. You can have the bed if you want to sleep. I don't need it. I'll stay on the floor. It's your bed. So, you're my guest. You rolled your eyes and let out a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rubbed at the back of his neck. We should just share the bed. I mean, yeah, I guess we could do that. Nothing is stopping us. Holding back your amusement, you tried not to grin at his bashfulness. He obviously hadn't thought it through completely, but at least he was up for it. We're gonna share the bed. You could hear the tremble in Cove's voice as he held his hands together to keep them from shaking. Actually, maybe not. Your eyebrows rose at how quickly he changed his mind, but when you saw he was serious, you let out a sigh. I'm sorry. I'll do it. I can do it. I want to do it. I just need a second. You stayed calm. You simply waited for him to ready himself and gather his nerves. It only took a couple of moments longer before he turned to you, attempting a weak smile. Ready? Definitely ready. Let's get cozy. He took another deep breath and you slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in after you. Laying as straight as a steel rod, Cove tensed up beside you, so still he was barely breathing at all. You rested on your side and faced him, your eyebrows pinched in the middle as you watched him, and he looked back at you deeply. Either. All of a sudden, he started trembling and shaking more than ever, and then he scrambled out of the bed. You bolted upright, leaning back on your hands as you stared at him in shock. Are you alright? I'll be back. I just need some more time. He ran a hand through his hair in exasperation and paced around the room, breathing heavily. You were worried for him, but completely at a loss for what to do. As though he could read your mind, he spoke again.
Don't worry about it.
It's fine, don't worry. He assured you between heavy gasping breaths, but you were having trouble believing him. When he bent over with his hands on his knees, like he had just run a marathon, you were even more concerned. This isn't a problem, it's just a process. He held up a hand to reassure you, and with nothing left to do, you sank back down into the bed and let him have the space he obviously needed. Okay, take all the time you need. And it did take some time for him to finish working out his nervous energy and steady his breathing to an even rhythm. But eventually, he collected himself enough to relax. You tentatively glanced over at him, watching as he let out one last deep sigh before turning back to you. Can I come back still? Get in here. You chuckled softly and shuffled over to make space for him. He immediately perked up as he slipped back into bed beside you, though still careful not to get too close. Thank you for waiting again, as always. He laughed shyly, his soft eyes meeting yours through the dim light.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? I'll always wait for you, 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓. He squeezed your arm a little tighter, his lips curving into a smile as he looked at you in awe. You wrapped your arms around him. Your fingers gently brushed up and down his back as you held him close. The room grew quiet around you. The only sounds to be heard were the faraway crash of the ocean waves and your breath mingling in the small space between you. 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓's heart was pounding, the thump of it rumbling through you as he spoke again softly.
That's...
You know, I'm not scared of you, right? It's just so many other things that scare me. I'm afraid of what-if hypotheticals that aren't actually real, but I think about anyway, and of nebulous concepts of what things mean that I can barely explain even to myself. I'm scared about my own feelings and how much I feel them. I'm afraid because tomorrow things will be different between us, that I'll be alone again. It's normal right now to see you during the day, partways at night, except for special exceptions. A little laugh escaped him before his tone became serious once more.
Hi, Ayla, welcome.
It's easier to stay where I am than it is to make myself move, to not take a risk, and to not know what I might be missing, but... He hesitated, and you reached up to brush a few strands of his hair from his face gently, his eyes slowly fixing on yours. When doing the easy thing gets so hard. When it comes to you, I don't know how to stay still. I want to keep taking steps forward. Honestly, when I see your face or even imagine it, I want to start sprinting. When I try, I hit a wall. It's just like I physically can't do it on one side of my mind. There's something blocking me. And then there's the other side, and I absolutely can't stop myself from doing it, and it never ends well.
I'm always
I
like
hate it. God, it's the most frustrating thing. Why do I do it every time? I'm annoyed with the way I am, so I have no idea how you stand it. I'm so sorry I act so split when it comes to romantic things. I do not want you to think that you're rushing me when I know I'm giving mixed signals, and I don't want to miss out on being happy being like this, but sometimes I still can't help it. So basically what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad you've never given up on me, and it means a lot. It means everything to me. Hey, you don't give up on me either. His eyes glossed over a little as he squeezed you closer to him and smiled, his heart rate finally relaxing to a normal rhythm.
Good night.
Good night, Arthur. Good night. Cocooned in his warmth, you easily grew comfortable next to him, feeling himself ease into you as well. Before long, your eyes were growing heavy and you drifted off into a restful sleep, side by side. The next morning, you were lost in a comfortable dream. Until a loud noise startled you awake and your eyes flew open, wildly searching for the source of the sound. It was the door opening abruptly, and in the frame stood Mr. Holden, shining, smiling brightly. He hadn't seemed to have noticed you straight away. Get your butt out of bed, sport! Mom's here! Oh! All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact, and he froze where he stood, the smile slowly slipping from his face. Oh, shit! Oh, that's not what I usually walk into. I clearly should have knocked this morning. Good morning, Mr. Holden. Morning, Arthur. 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓 blinked his eyes tiredly and mumbled something incoherent before turning towards the door. Both you and Mr. Holden stared at him for a few moments, neither knowing what to say or do. 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓, who continued looking at his dad dozily, was obviously having a hard time trying to process the situation. Then, his eyes widened. Dad! Cove scrambled on the bed in an attempt to get to his feet, pushing the covers back off of the both of you. Forgetting there was an overhanging ceiling above him, he shot upwards and hit his head on the wood. Ah! He flopped back down on his pillow, pressing a hand to his head and groaning loudly. You laughed at the scene. You couldn't help the sound breaking out, though when Cove shot you an unappreciative look, you clamped your mouth shut. Cove! Are you right over there? Mr. Holden stepped further into the room, his eyebrows furrowed in concern as he bent down towards his son.
Yes.
Yes, please, just go! Okay, I'll leave. Cliff held his hands in front of him in a calming gesture, even though Cove couldn't see it. He turned to make his exit, but stopped abruptly in the doorway, obviously deciding he had something more to say. Okay. Oh yes, I know we've talked about this before, but I feel like now is one of those times to mention that I was barely older than you when I found out I was going to be a daddy. So, just, if there's anything you need to say or ask about, we're not having kids! I know, I was only saying that at that age, things can move fast, and he let out a heavy sigh, running a hand over his face before stopping himself and saying calmly, you know what, it's fine. We'll chat about this later. Kyra's awaiting. With that, he stepped back out of the room, giving the two of you one last look before pulling the door shut behind him. Cove rubbed at his face before dropping his head into his hands and mumbling between his fingers. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You groaned. Why did something like that have to go ahead and happen? With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring over at the Cove's door. Oh, sorry. But my dad said that was really, really dumb. It wasn't something he should have brought up. You knew which comment Cove meant. The one about how Mr. Holden had gotten Kyra pregnant by mistake. It wasn't something that would happen with you and Cove being together. I think he was just trying to show us how serious spending the night is in general. He wasn't trying to compare us with him. You joked about it. Well, maybe he was secretly afraid that we'd plan a child heist if we were alone for too long. You mean a kidnapping? Well, that sounds harsher. It is harsh. But we could probably pull it off. We could. He has a right to be worried. Yeah, guess so. You both simultaneously released a deep breath. Oh, I guess we can't just hide in here now. He gave you a sidelong glance, and despite his displeasure at the situation, a small smile quirked his lips.
It's nice.
It's too bad. It's been really nice. I wish we could stay here all day. You found yourself smiling along with him. Though when you thought of having to go out there and face both Cove's dad, and his mum, you weren't thrilled. The two of you took a few minutes to get up properly and get yourselves as ready as possible before heading out to see Kyra. Kyra was waiting patiently in the living room. She was in high spirits with her eyes set on the hallway. Her amused smile only widened when you and Cove froze. It didn't take long for the realization to sink in that the scene must have been loud enough for her to hear even from there. Cove tried to look unimpressed, eyes narrowing over Kyra's smug delight, though his face was already turning red and his mum hadn't even said anything yet. He squared his shoulders, lifted his head, and strode forward.
Hey.
Hi, Mum. Hi, baby. And hello to you too, Arthur. Her tone cracked in her greeting and she just gave in and laughed, unable to keep any of it in. Cove frowned at that and his eyebrows furrowed. Sorry for the interruption. I didn't know you had guests. His frown wobbled because as he became even more embarrassed by this moment, he couldn't muster up any words to defend himself. I'm sorry. The words left your lips quietly. You were upset and embarrassed by this whole situation. Oh no, don't be. Cove was still unable to say anything, other than his teeth biting into the inside of his cheek He stood there frozen. Kyra studied you both for a moment. It's okay. My not-so-little mister is spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. She lightly tapped the tip of his nose. That got a tiny smile out of 𝐿𝐸. Despite being much taller than Kyra at this point, he still seemed like a little kid in front of her. You released the air you were holding in your lungs, and then Kyra's gaze locked onto you. You know, we were just about to go over to see Pam and Noelle. Are you two coming? Sure, I should definitely go back there. 𝐿𝐸 chuckled at your phrasing. He stretched his arms for a moment and yawned, trying to physically shake off what happened.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Great.
Great, let's do it! It was then that you noticed Mr. Holden standing on the other side of the room. You figured he must have been trying to create some space for everyone during that last conversation. You could tell he felt a bit awkward, but he was trying to smile reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention went to 𝐿𝐸. Bud, do you want to get changed first? 𝐿𝐸 looked down at his pajamas for a moment, then he shook his head. No, you don't have to wait for that. Are you sure? It's only a trip across the street.
Don't worry about it.
I'm alright. Besides, Arthur's going in his pajamas too. Fair point. 𝐿𝐸 then leaned in closer to you. He grumbled quietly. And your moms are gonna figure out what happened anyway, so... Yep.
Come on.
Away we go! With that decided, the four of you headed out across the street to your house. It felt strange waiting there while Mr. Holden knocked on the door. Hi there! Mum answered the door and her expression brightened even more seeing Kyra there. She moved to pull Kyra into a hug when her gaze fell on you. Arthur? Hi, Mum. How? When did you get out there? And why are you still in your pajamas? Mum's eyebrow raised as she gave you a deep, examining stare. Meanwhile, you and 𝐿𝐸 shared a side glance with each other. Before you can answer, more heads popped into view around the doorway. Ma, Liz and Lee were all chuckling. And to be honest, I always assumed 𝐿𝐸 had been the one sneaking around. Her eyes sparkled with amusement and you had to look away. You noticed 𝐿𝐸's face was burning red again. It was a solid theory, Lani. Most likely they've both been breaking and entering. I wouldn't put it past my baby. He takes after his parents. You're right. Can't believe my Arthur has been getting up to all that mischief too. Mortified, 𝐿𝐸 looked like he wanted to disappear, while the adults chuckled and discussed what you and him may or may not have done. Fortunately, they left the conversation there. Well, enough standing around out there. Come on in. Mum moved aside to usher the group in and guided them to the living room. Before anyone could settle in, Mum spoke up. Honestly, same. I would have died the second that, like, the door opened and boyfriend's or partner's dad is just like, hello, and I would have been like, time to send me to heaven or hell, I don't care where, just get me out of here. Just poof. It's like, yep, that's my moment. Yep, now is the time for perishment. Goodbye. Well, you're all welcome to stay for breakfast. Yes, we'd be thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kyra, but 𝐿𝐸 looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated that idea happily. Excited, Kyra clapped her hands together. Oh, we could really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, 𝐿𝐸. Everyone else put in their own agreement with 𝐿𝐸's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting everything ready. Sandwiches had to be made, water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and 𝐿𝐸 both took some time to get dressed for the day. An hour later, both your family and 𝐿𝐸's were walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there. The sight always filled you with wonder. Hey, Arthur.
So?
I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda. See if they can come too. Everyone else is pretty much already here, so would your family mind? Ah, you had a good idea. He chuckled, his mouth pulled into a bent smile. Well, it had to happen sometime, even with the Clifford surprise Holden raising me. That had you laughing this time. You're already eager for your friends to join you there. Hey, Mom! Ma! They both stopped what they were doing and turned towards you. Immediately, you darted over to them. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda pop by? I don't see why not. Ma looked to Mum to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mum then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kyra, knowing that they'd most likely heard everything.
You alright with that?
Cliff, Kyra, what do you two think? Oh, the more the merrier.
Okay.
Of course, they're welcome with me. Thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was several feet away talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnics out, but unexpectedly, your phone started ringing. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID. Feeling your heart jump with excitement, you answered the video call request. It was Derek! Hey, this is a surprise! I thought you disappeared! Damn! He had a glow up, holy shit! No, I'm not. I hope it's at least a good surprise. A very good one! He chuckled at that, and your smile widened. So, what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm as of a kid. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? It's been amazing. That's awesome! You'll have to catch me up on that. What about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time he spoke. He chuckled, noting your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications, scholarship inquiries. What else is new? Yeah, I bet you're even more toned than the last time I saw you. Laughing, you knew that you didn't need to see him to know the answer to that. Derek wouldn't be Derek if his free time didn't revolve around sports. Totally! I'm gonna be so buff you won't even recognize me. What about your family? Your brother's been good? Oh, my little brothers are little punks. I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mom and Dad are fine. Well, that's great. My moms are too. Turning your attention back to your surroundings, you smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with my moms right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun! If that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. You sure? I don't mind. Uh-huh, I'm sure. Not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, Arthur. Have a heck of a day. Hanging up, the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make the day even better. You hurried over to your mum's and helped the rest of the food out. In moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So, what's the verdict on those invitations? They're gonna come. Yes! Excited, you raised your free hand for a high five. Cove laughed and slapped your hand.
Yeah.
They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and soothing sea breeze. Morning swiftly gave way to the afternoon, and a very recognizable face came walking down the shore. Baxter seemed momentarily surprised to see you all there. He presently approached with a wave.
Hello, Bo.
Hey there. I didn't mean to intrude on the party. I was coming down to get some fresh air. Oh, you didn't intrude on anything. You're welcome to join us. We've got plenty of towels and food and sunscreen. Yeah, you're one of the neighbors. Kick back and relax with us.
Thank you.
Well, I can't possibly say no to that. Thank you. Baxter's gaze moved over to you and Cove. He smiled. Hi there, Cove. Long time no see. Hi. You waved from where you leisurely sat, and Cove nodded. It was then that Baxter noticed the faces he didn't immediately recognize from around the neighborhood. He turned up his charm even more for the introductions. Excuse me, I'm Baxter Ward. I'm sorry, we haven't met before. Well, we're not typically from around this area, just visiting. I'm 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮𝐞𝐫. A few giggles escaped Lee as she watched Baxter carefully. When his attention turned to her now, she held out a hand.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Lee. I heard this is cousin. Baxter shook it and then took a step back. Lee's smile grew. I'll remember that. It's very nice to meet you both. After that, Baxter spent some time getting better acquainted with everyone. Terry and Miranda arrived excitedly. He took a moment to introduce the three, and the conversation shifted to what you'd all do next.
In that case,
We could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
is that all right?
Can I play? Of course. Miranda blighted, delighted with this plan. Ma looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, and it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Oh, I have some crafting supplies we can use to make jewelry. We can even use stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
What? Really? I want to make a necklace.
That's great.
I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too. I could do that. Nice.
Absolutely.
Impromptu crafting is my kind of party. I'd like to join too, please. I'll make some jewelry. Already you were imagining various designs you could make depending on what Lee let you use. Your cousin shot you a thumbs up, clearly happy with your decision.
Thank you for the care package, Ghosty. I appreciate it.
Alright, hydrate. Alright, stretch. Arms in front, up over the head, and yeah. And of course, save. Put it in the new slot. Don't worry, I'm holding up fine, and I have taken leave tomorrow. So when I go to bed, I don't have to get up at 7. I can get up whenever. Kyra got up from the towel she was sitting on. She brushed some sand off her legs and then stretched her arms over her head. I'm up for a few rounds. Well, since there is a free spot, I'll throw my hat in the ring. The things I do for family.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I'd love that. Liz got up from where she was sitting, and you could tell by her expression that she was already determined to win. You laughed to yourself, curious now how the game would turn out. Now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two.
Okay.
Okay, let me pop back into the house to get my supplies. Anything we can do while you're gone? Yes. You can start clearing out the towels for us to work at, and if you want, look around for some good stuff to use.
I'm on it.
Roger that! When Lee ran back to the house, the group did just as she suggested. By the time she returned, everyone had their craft area ready to work at. Lee sat down on one of the towels and looked up at everyone eagerly. She held up 2 necklace options. I hope you've all been thinking about what you want to make. I have a choice for everyone of either a chain or a threaded rope. How do I pick? All I know is I want to put some sea glass chunks on it. That is a charming idea. His gaze went back and forth between Lee's 2 necklace base options. You could tell he was thinking quite hard about it. I can't decide anything for mine. No rush. I'll leave the strands here and you can decorate it however you want later. I suppose I'll use whatever I spot around the beach first. Fate can decide. I think I'll keep it classic and only worry about finding a decent shell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing shells too. I'm gonna look for some driftwood. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Good idea. Yeah, I think I have a cool idea in mind. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮𝐞𝐫 crossed his arms and chewed at the inside of his cheek. You weren't the only one that noticed. What's wrong, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐿? I'm not sure what to use. I mean, ideally I'd want a shark tooth, but What are the chances I'd even find one? Mum smiled. You both looked at him sympathetically. Sorry. The rare downsides of not having a shark-filled coast. That would make for a really nice necklace, though. I know. At Cove's pouting, Mum gave him a little bump on the shoulder with her fist. Well, don't lose all hope. You never know, you might end up really lucky. Cove laughed and it cheered him up, even though he wasn't really convinced. After that, the little crafting club was busily went to work on their pieces. Whatever they would decide on using was attached in loops that were then slid onto the necklace base. Terry was immensely proud of herself when once she'd done. Hers was simple, gorgeous, because of the striking piece of sea glass she painstakingly searched for and found. Baxter excitedly showed his finished piece off to everyone. He stayed true to his word and used various materials he found around the beach. The necklace looked like it had good weight from the clutter. He always had an eclectic sense of style, it seemed. Cove ended up using driftwood of varying lengths to design his necklace. Despite not finding any shark teeth, he still looked pretty pleased. Mum had decided on a medium-sized purple ring-top shell as the centerpiece of hers, and Lee went with a few small Simnia shells. They both put their necklaces on us soon after finishing them. After combing the beach several times, you found just what you were looking for. It took a bit, you managed to make a necklace you were satisfied with. Mostly had driftwood. Your group of crafters would also cheer for the volleyball players whenever shouts could be heard coming out of the court. On top of that, you'd all hold each other up with newly made piece in the air and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. You really enjoyed searching the beach, trading supplies and watching everyone make their necklaces. The crafting club was definitely a success, and you weren't the only one that had a blast. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Occasionally someone would head back to the house to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun a while, or to retrieve something that they needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in, or another game to join. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. And as that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it and your feet buried in the warm sand. Shortly, you looked up to see your mums approaching. They stopped in front of you and smiled. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
How are you doing? I'm doing great. Today's been amazing. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours and Mum started rubbing your back, smoothing. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. And Mum looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Ivor.
True.
You grew up to be more than we could have ever hoped. I'm not sure I deserve any of that glowing praise. You were touched the way that they felt that way. It felt like a little too much of a compliment out of nowhere. Hi, Seton. Welcome. Of course you do. You tried searching for your mind for the right words to explain the strange feeling twisting in your chest. Mum lightly brushed some of your hair. Turning your head, you looked from Mum to Ma, and they both smiled encouragingly at you. You did the hard work raising me. Mum chuckled, and Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. That's the thing. It was never hard work. I loved every minute of it, and I don't think we'll ever stop.
Yes.
Well said. You're gonna have to accept how fantastic you are, whether you want to or not. Thank you. You stayed there quietly and contentedly, watching the sunset with your parents for a while, until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking and we were gonna take a walk down to the shore. Any of you wanna come? Automatically, you looked to your mums and what they were thinking. Mum glanced from you to Ma and smiled. That sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
Yes, that'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. Oh, that's a yes across the board. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back the way he came with a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust! Cliff kept going forward but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again. No worries. Don't worry, we wouldn't leave without you. Alright, we'll catch up. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both of your mums held out a hand to you, Chuckling, you gave them each one and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smirk and she didn't resist. Together as a family, you followed behind the others hand in hand. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing 𝐿𝐻𝐕 in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. I'm sorry we have to go already. My parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish we could help clear this all up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held out a hand for a low five. You obliged.
See you later.
Take care of yourselves, buddies. After that, they walked away, waving to you and 𝐿𝐻𝐕 as they went down the shore. 𝐿𝐻𝐕 waved back quietly with a small smile on his face. Bye! You cupped your hands around your mouth to project the word louder, and they both waved faster. Bye! Have a good night! Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the move of your farewell light by shooting finger guns at you at 𝐿𝐻𝐕. Miranda bumped her with a hip. It left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bend. Arthur?
Come on.
Hey 𝐿𝐻𝐕, can you come here? Both of your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up, and the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling up on towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back and forth kind of task. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. Baxter carefully placed what he'd been carrying on the ground. Thank you. Thank you so much for helping with that.
Thanks.
No, thank you for allowing me to join today. You all share with me. Helping to carry it back is the least that I can do. Ma nodded and the others started collecting their things from his pile. Baxter meanwhile stepped over to you and 𝐿𝐻𝐕. It really was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. His head tilted towards you both and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. You used your freer hand to shake his. It was tough with what you were carrying, but you were able to extend one of your hands a bit. Baxter chuckled and shook it. Good luck on your next semester at school. Why, thank you. And good luck with your plans this fall. Thanks. Baxter turned to shake 𝐿𝐻𝐕's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then 𝐿𝐻𝐕 eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waved. Goodbye. Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared inside the condo to return to his own things. His time with you and your family and friends ended. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, you looked back over at the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot 𝐿𝐻𝐕 or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to their house was wide open. Mum approached you with an amused look on your face. Seems like you're holding up some Holden things. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mum was right, some of it belonged to the neighbours. Do you mind dropping it off now? Looking down again at everything you were carrying, you sighed. A teasing grin played at your lips. The Holdens is such a long walk from here. Cove snorted and laughed next to you, making your grin widen. Mum chuckled and shook her head. You can hack it, and then you'll get to experience the joy of a job well done. You laughed happily and nodded. Mum smiled fondly. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you. Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, either. Night. You caught up to Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kyra and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey! Oh, it's nice seeing you again already, Arthur. Her teasing tone brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with the things that were yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that to us. You can put it, here on that coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family there. Cove put his own things down on the floor just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resituate it all. You went over to where the others were too. Kyra opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. You accepted. Without any hesitation, you went to Kyra and let her pull you into a hug. You squeezed her back just as tight. Her hug was filled with affection, and you hoped that she could feel how much you cared about her too. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. You're welcome. Today was amazing. Kyra eventually released you, but patted the tops of your shoulder as a final gesture.
Thank you.
Every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out for the better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kyra moved aside to let him say goodbye to you. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor. Not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. Didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I really, truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Arthur. So much. At that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on top of your head. Goodbye, Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who you used to be, the 8-year-old he'd asked to be his son's new friend.
See you.
Bye, Arthur. You smiled softly. Then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things he'd carried into the house.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about all that. I'll put stuff away in a few minutes. Right, I need to go do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked you to the door and held it open. Taking one last check around to make sure you had all of your things to bring home, you went into the road. He leaned his body against the door frame, not following you out. So, this is it, huh? Actually, no, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted and he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts. I'll just say bye. Yeah, bye. Won't be long before you see me again. You offer him a small wave goodbye with one of your hands. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. As you walked over to your own front door, you stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. You blew him a kiss. Cove reached out like he was catching it off to the side, and then he curled his fist to his chest, holding the kiss close. Your lips curled into a beaming smile. I hope you'll treasure that forever. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning, and you added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mum stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit, and she yawned loudly. Ugh, I'm bushed. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yes, honestly, it is too late for this. Please and thank you. Ma put her hands on her hips, turning to assess the room. Ma was not one to like leaving mess about, but she sighed.
All right.
I suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly, and Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and hooked you into a side hug. Good night! I hope you have the loveliest of dreams of you-know-who. Lee ended that sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. You blushed. Lee's grin widened as you took the bait. Your face burned even more, realizing that. Oh, stop that. You hissed it in a louder, hushed tone. The reaction seemed to only turn her giggle up. Don't worry, I'm not judging what you do in the privacy of your own mind. Lee! Sorry, I'm done. Here's to us either. Tonight, tomorrow, and forever. Yeah, family forever. Lee leaned in close to whisper in your ear. You didn't fail to catch the teasing look on her face. Exactly. There's no escape. That got a laugh out of you. You lightly pushed her shoulder. Lee stretched her arms high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Have fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped, and you spun around to see Liz smirking. 99. I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Sailing, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away and you knew she had more to say. So you waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. It's been a good summer. It was nice to come back home. You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, baby brother. Bye, old sister. Liz turned back to smirk at you. Chuckling, you gave her a small wave. Sleep well. You too. When Liz was out of sight, Mum started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Aren't you heading up to bed too? I want to finish getting everything cleaned up first. What? Are you sure? It can wait. Glancing around the room a moment, the disarray made you feel a bit twitchy, and a bit of feeling that you'd sleep sounder if you took your time cleaning before bed. Yeah. Ma came over too, smiling understandably. She pulled you into a big hug.
Love you.
Alright, you do what you need to. I love you. When you were done hugging Ma, Mum pulled you into another hug, and their actions, basically handing you off from one another, had you laughing jovially. I love you so much. I love you too. Ah. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened. It felt good to be so loved. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Night. After that, your mum's headed off towards their bedroom down the hall. You're about to turn the other direction when you heard Mum's voice. And don't let the bedbugs bite! You heard Ma chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. It was a while later when you finished putting everything away. You didn't rush the process at all. Sleeping hours may have been cut into, but you felt so much better getting this done. You sighed contentedly, gazing at the organized living room and kitchen, before you could take a well-earned break on the couch. Something in the window caught your eye. Your feet brought you right in front of the large window, spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out the hills beyond your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was 𝐿𝐻𝐕𝐓. Want to hang out on the hill tonight? Something inside you told her that this was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very quick message. Yeah. Heart. You went over to the front door and stepped over the threshold. You gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you and silently you made your way over to the poppy hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. Up ahead at the very top, silhouetted beneath the light sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he always got there first. He'd even had the advantage of living closer. And then again, maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow, Cove was always intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, it'd be weird to scan this horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and earth crunch underneath your feet, Cove turned, and a grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing behind him on the crest of the poppy hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you'd done on the countless times since he'd first arrived, when you'd found them on this very same spot. Arthur. He'd officially broken the silence, the spell that held you both in place, and you looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about when we met? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling his eyes out on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond, before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear he was genuinely invested in the topic. Lucky for him, you remembered what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing your very bright green hair. Cove burst into genuine laughter at your reply. Guess that's kind of fair, yeah. It did kind of stand out. Smiling, you continue to reminisce about that first meeting. I also remember trying to cheer you up. Yeah, I remember that too. He ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at the end, even before he spoke again. I mean, do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person. Was I annoying or mean or... I just worried about you because you were so sad. His eyes widened dolefully. He hung his head like a guilty puppy.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for upsetting you. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink bars had first come off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed and dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. He gave a half smile, not meeting your eyes. I feel bad, well. I feel bad now. The thoughts I had were, well, considering what you were thinking, I came across as a lot worse than a kid. You didn't like me? No, it definitely wasn't that. Cove lifted his head up, finally committing to meet your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'll be able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back then when I first saw you standing right here. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled self-derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first. Figured I'd be alone out there until I had to face my dad again, and suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling. I got over that fast. You're a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment, I don't know. You're exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. And you listened to me. You stayed with me. He sighed, then bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. A little? Your teasing rolled easily over Cove, who laughed in reply. He looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. Didn't even imagine it wasn't like that.
I mean...
Things didn't simply happen. That would be weird, according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me somehow. Right? He saw an affirmation in you, wavy brow raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost unreal. Like you weren't just anyone. Some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. Kind of expected it all to vanish like a dream when that night was over. Wake up and everything would be the same again.
That's...
Be back in my bed at home, my real home, with both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold it all at once. So I never thought I'd see you again. Then 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 beamed at you, his eyes shining bright. And I never, ever would be able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. Guess that makes me your dream come true. You'd been joking, but 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 nodded in agreement. You are. You exactly are. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. It was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain he'd felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
That was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me and with Dad and Mom. It was the change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It was only the moment that I met the man I was going to be with. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that he'd be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. I never want to lose you. You won't. Then you kissed him, and he leaned into the kiss, his lips soft against yours. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 sighed contentedly. His voice was as delicate as the petals of the poppy which crowned this hill. Hey, Isaac. I'm so grateful you always took care of me. You didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, lost in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad's fine with me being out whenever. You know, you could just use your phone to check the time.
I know.
Sure I could.
Yeah.
But I'm probably not gonna. You gonna lay in the grass now? Wow, how'd you know? You're predictable. With a chuckle, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 plopped down onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time there. You sat on 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮's chest. You decided you'd rather not sit in the grass and that there was a much better seat available, and sat squarely on 𝐄𝐿V's chest. He instinctively tried to spring up, but didn't get far with you on top of him. His head flopped onto the grass again and a huff escaped him. Why are you doing this? You simply smiled down at him. The both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt just like the beginning of one of your nightly outings. But then you realized the sun was peeking over the horizon. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 spoke up with a disbelieving tone.
Huh.
Oh, it really was late. Your neighbour wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn. However, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. This unexpected sunrise partially awed him. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the world. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 then propped himself up on the back of his arms, and he looked at you with a soft expression on his face. Do you want to go back home? I could carry you if you're too tired. No. I want to stay here. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. Couldn't be time to go already. 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮 chuckled affectionately.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things, like a really lot. It has to end sometime. Does it really have to end? Yeah. I don't think there's anything either of us can do about that one. But we can stay if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. You leaned into Cove. You bent yourself against Cove for extra support, and he tilted his head against yours. Good morning, Cove. He gave you a bent smile and went for the opposite sentiment.
Good night.
Good night, Arthur. The two of you remained together on that familiar poppy hill where you first met, until the world began to fade and blur. You were falling asleep. A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. Your eyelids dipped. You felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. You opened your eyes. Instead of the walls of your room, you were surrounded by open sky. It's not soft pillows and sheets underneath you. The bed of the earth and grass that you'd taken last night. The day welcomed you with a shining sun, a refreshing breeze, and the chirping of song of birds. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of the blades of grass leaving lines on your cheeks.
Arthur.
Arthur. Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbour, Cove Holden. Aww. He'd made himself very comfortable, laying on his stomach with jewellery and shoes taken off and a flower in his hand. Good morning. It's not really the morning anymore. Cove laughed, tickled with the overall sensation and simply being able to spend time like this. Told you I'd see you tomorrow. Yeah, alright, good for you. Your mild response did nothing to hamper Cove's buoyant spirits. It is, isn't it? Cove turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. Looks like it's going to be a nice day. I'll have to come up with something to do to make the most of it. He trailed off, blinking slowly in the sunlight. Someday, when we're even older than we are now, I wonder what we'll end up remembering this moment for. What we'll feel when we look back at it. Will it be the same as what we're feeling right now?
It's nice.
Can't see what the future's gonna look like again, but I think that's alright. I'm looking forward to finding out. Cove turned back to you, nodding in full agreement. He eyed the hills sprawling out before you, and down below where the wild hill and nature gave way to civilization. Your home and Cove's lay down at the bottom, neatly filed among the other houses in the neighborhood. Hey Arthur, I bet I can beat you in getting back to the road. You laughed, amused by the wager that reminds you of so many moments in your youth. As much as I like it here, it's okay if we leave now. You can always come back to see the poppies and the fireflies again, right? Cove met your eyes, waiting for what you were going to say in response. I might be able to manage that. Cove blinked slowly, his eyes still locked on you. But you didn't need to see his face to know that he adored you. If there had been any room for doubt, the tender way he spoke would have filled it up. You're really irreplaceable, huh? Cove beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one he wore when you first found him here, swaddled in sadness and uncertainty. Yet you couldn't help but glimpse that the boy once more underneath his bright expression and matured features. Come on. Cove rose to his feet, beckoning you for you to do likewise. Our parents probably aren't going to come running for us this time. We've got to make our own call. And I say we can't hide away forever. Poppy Hill is just one part of things. There's more out there for us than this time and this place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say whether you were the ones that broke into the run, or if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made the choice for you both. The end result was the same, the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with a nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the winds whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There were more memories to make after all. Life takes another step forward. The end! We finished the fucking game! Oh. Yeah, bucket list tick. That was so cute. What the fuck? What the fuck? I can't believe I've been putting off playing it for years. That was so damn cute. Holy shit. And I got an achievement. Now I've probably got like 4 achievements on my entire Steam account. Ugh. I am absolutely knackered. Well, now you've got to play it yourself, Ghosty. We didn't go on a date with Cove. We went to a fundraiser and risked him so hard that we got him anyway. We played the slow burn version, and burn did it fire. Oh, that was fun. That was fun. That was a lovely game. 100% recommend. 100% recommend. I beat it. I did it. I ended the game, and I got the man. Yes. Got the. That wasn't a slow burn, that was an industrial strength pressure cooker. Look, we got here in the end. God, you gotta admit though, the moment, the OTP moment in the bedroom after the basically a date dinner. Oh, that was such like a peak fanfic get to me at the moment. I swear to God. Definitely recommend playing Our Life Beginning Always. Such a cute freaking game. Such a cute game. And now. I know, right, Ghosty? See, this is the kind of shit I like. Like, who gives a shit about, like, Aerogay and all that shit? That's boring. I mean, like, if you like it, pop off, whatever. But, like, the stuff that makes me go feral is this shit. The kind of shit where you're just there like, oh my god, they made eye contact for, like, 5.6 seconds. That's so close to, like, the crush eye contact. Like, the stupid shit, like, flails into the abyss and dies. Speaking of dying, god damn, I need to pass out. I'm just gonna finish this fucking game now. Yep. Oh, what do I play next? Might finally finish Date with Death. Need to finish Date with Death. Because I put that on the back burner because it's got mad with my PC reset. Yeah, welcome to the slow burn hangover. Read some Third World Strikes Back. That might have some delicious copium. Oh. Oh. Underdog. What do you mean in between?
that there. Wait, there's another stage? What? There's another fucking step. Jeez, I didn't. What? There's another stage? I thought it was over. I thought we were done. I thought we were done. Motherfucker. Okay. Stage 4 is waiting till next stream. It's 2 a.m. and I'm dying. I feel like I finally climbed over this unbeatable hill. And I'm like, I'm here. I'm done. I can go to bed. I'm free. I suddenly know how you felt, Ghosty, when Cole did the 30 minutes of gift subs and the subathon like 1 second before it finished. I suddenly understand the feeling. Motherfucker. Finish the game, my ass. That achievement is a lie. Alright, we're gonna do step 4 next time. I'm gonna finish this fucking game, damn it. I need to see adult code. I need to. Honestly, 𝐄𝐍𝐕𝐓𝐮𝐞𝐫, that is just me right now. Ha ha ha, I'm suffer. Okay. Alright, let's find a raid target so I can commit. Sweet nap naps. Alright, let's see. Alright, I found someone. Alright. Yes, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I had an amazing time. We finally got our fucking mans. And it was awesome. And fuck yeah, let's go. Yeet. Happy noises. My brain's officially died. Alright, so let's set up this raid. Thank you guys so much for joining me on my stream tonight. I had an amazing time hanging out with each and every single one of you awesome, brilliant people. This was really fun, and I look forward to seeing you guys sometime next week. It's probably going to be either the same day next week, or it might be a Wednesday. It'll be one of the two. So I guess like expect me to resurface on like Wednesday or Thursday next week around the same time. But like keep an eye on the Discord, because that's when I post my day before. Oh yeah, I'm going live tomorrow. Haha, bye notifications. But yes, may everyone here have an amazing evening, morning, or night. Thanks again so much for joining me. I had a lot of fun, and finally, rating in 3, 2, 1. Night night. Mwah. Lloyd loves you.